Hello everyone and welcome to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. This was a game that I've wanted to stream for a little while now. I think I've mentioned it at least half a dozen times on stream, how I should probably stream this series, and here we are. I have played a little bit of it before. I've played the first game and the second game, so those two won't be new, but anything beyond that will be brand new to me. But we're going to start at the beginning, because like all good stories, you probably should start at the beginning anyways. This is the PC release of it. I contemplated streaming the 3DS version, but I thought, you know what, let's just stream this one. It's a little nicer looking. It's a little easier to stream. And I mean, you don't really miss out anything with the touchscreen anyways, as far as I know, at least in the first three games. Because they were originally Game Boy Advance games, actually. Ported to DS. So you don't really miss out on anything there. The fifth case in the first game, it might be a little different. I'm curious to see how that's handled on here. But otherwise, I hope everyone enjoys as we get started with this awesome series. Hey everyone, how's it going? Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing through this. If you've never seen Ace Attorney, this is a really great series of, well, visual novels on a technical level, but they're more adventure games than visual novels. There's puzzles and stuff you have to do. There's not really like branching paths or anything. You either do it right or you don't do it at all. That is how this series works. But let's get started with Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the first game in the series. We will be playing all of them. All, like, I don't know, how many are there? Like 6, 7 of them? Something like that. Plus any spin-offs that exist. I wouldn't mind checking those out. I have the Great Ace Attorney on Switch, so that'll be there for sure at some point. You know this game, you love it? Excellent. Yeah, I love this first game too. The second game, I don't actually remember very well. Weirdly enough, I think I last touched the 3DS version, like, I want to say 6, 7 years ago, something like that. So, it was a long time ago. And I barely remember anything that happened in the second game, let alone what I played in the third game. Is there, like, a way to turn off auto advance? That's going to be a problem. Why me? I can't get caught. Not like this. I gotta find someone to pin this on. Someone like him. I'll make it look like he did it. Ah yes, master plan right there. August 3rd, 9:47 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 2. His art looks really nice, upscaled. I don't know if it's like, it looks like it's probably not redrawn, I would say. I think it looks like it's just upscaled via algorithm. Not like AI algorithm, but like normal algorithm. But it looks really nice nonetheless. Oh boy, am I nervous. Right. Oh, hiya, Chief. I'm glad I made it on time. Well, I have to say, Phoenix, I'm impressed. Not everyone takes on a murder trial right off the bat like this. Says a lot about you, and your client as well. Thanks? Actually, it's because I owe him a favor. A favor? You mean, you knew the defendant before this case? Yes. Actually, I kinda owe my current job to him. He's one of the reasons I became an attorney. Well, that's news to me. I want to help him out any way I can. I just really want to help him. I owe him that much. It's over. My life, everything, it's all over. Is that your client screaming over there? Yeah, it's him. Death, despair. Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna die. Sounds like he wants to die. Yeah. Nick! Hey. Hey there, Larry. Dude, I'm so guilty. Tell them I'm guilty. Give me the death sentence. I ain't afraid to die. What? What's wrong, Larry? Oh, it's all over. I'm finished. Finished! I can't live in a world without her. I can't! Who took her away from me, Nick? Who did this? Ah, Nick, you gotta tell me. Who took my baby away? Person responsible for your girlfriend's death? Newspapers say it was you. My name is Phoenix Wright. Here's the story. My first case is a fairly simple one. A young woman was killed in her apartment. The guy they arrested was the unlucky sap dating her. Larry Butts. My best friend since grade school. Our school had a saying, when something smells, it's usually the Butts. In the 23 years I've known him, it's usually been true. He has a knack for getting himself into trouble. One thing I can say, though, it's usually not his fault. He just has terrible luck. But I know better than anyone that he's a good guy at heart. Dad and I owe him one, which is why I took the case, to clear his name. And that's just what I'm going to do. Very confident for his first case. August 3rd, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 2.
Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Larry Butts.
Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The, defense is ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, this is your first trial, is it not?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm, a little nervous.
Your conduct during this trial would decide the fate of your client. Murder is a serious charge. For your client's sake, I hope you can control your nerves.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, given the circumstances, I think we should have a test to ascertain your readiness.
Yes, Your Honor. Handshaking, eyesight, fading.
The test will consist of a few simple questions. Answer them clearly and concisely. Please state the name of the defendant in this case.
Shit, who was the defendant? I don't remember. It's probably Larry. The defendant? Well, that's Larry Butts, Your Honor.
Correct. Just keep your wits about you and you'll do fine. Next question. This is a murder trial. Tell me, what's the victim's name?
Phew, I know this one. Glad I've read the case report to cover to cover so many times. It's... Wait. Uh-oh. No. No way. I forgot. I'm drawing a total blank here. Phoenix, are you absolutely sure you're up to this? You don't even know the victim's name? Oh, the victim. Of course. I know the victim's name. I, just forgot. Temporarily. I think I feel a migraine coming on. Look, the victim's name is listed in the court record. Just press tab to open it at any time, okay? Remember to check it often. Do it for me, please. I'm begging you.
Mr. Wright, who is the victim in this case?
Okay, well, we can look that one up in the court record. Oh, it's Cindy. Of course. I knew that. Definitely. Yeah, Cinderblock. That sounds like a name you would see in Phoenix Wright. Why wasn't her name Cindy Block, actually? That would have been perfect. The victim's name is Cindy Stone.
Correct. Now, tell me, what was the cause of death? She died because she was...
hit with a blunt object. She was struck once by a blunt object.
Correct. You've answered all of my questions. I see no reason why we shouldn't proceed. You seem much more relaxed, Mr. Wright. Good for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Because I don't feel relaxed, that's for sure.
Well then. First, a question for the prosecution. Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
As Mr. Wright just told us, the victim was struck with a blunt object. Would you explain to the court just what that object was?
And the murder weapon was this statue of the Thinker. It was found lying on the floor next to the victim.
I see. The court accepts it into evidence.
Statue in the shape of the Thinker. It's rather heavy. Right. Be sure to pay attention to any evidence added during the trial. That evidence is the only ammunition you have in court. Use tab to check the court record frequently.
Mr. Payne, the prosecution may call its first witness.
The prosecution calls the defendant, Mr. Butts, to the stand. Chief, what do I do now? Pay attention. You don't want to miss any information that might help your client's case. You'll get your chance to respond to the prosecution later, so be ready. Let's just hope he doesn't say anything unfortunate. Uh-oh. Larry gets excited easily. This could be bad. See, if I ever commit a crime, I would probably indict myself, like, right away. There would be no way I'd be able to shut up about certain things. I just wouldn't realize it. And that's probably what's going to happen to Larry here. He's going away for a long time.
Mr. Butts, is it not true the victim had recently dumped you? Hey, watch it, buddy. We were great together. We were Romeo and Juliet, Cleopatra and Mark Antony.
Didn't they all die?
I wasn't dumped. She just wasn't taking my phone calls. Or seeing me. Ever. What's it to you anyway? Mr. Butts, what you describe is generally what we mean by dumped. In fact, she had completely abandoned you, and was seeing other men. And she had just returned from overseas with one of them the day before the murder. What do you mean, one of them? Lies. All of it lies. I don't believe a word of it. Your Honor, the victim's passport. According to this, she was in Paris until the day before she died.
The victim apparently arrived home from Paris on July 30th, the day before the murder.
Indeed, she appears to have returned the day before the murder.
Dude, no way.
The victim was a model, but did not have a large income. It appears that she had several sugar daddies.
Daddies? Sugar?
Yes, older men who gave her money and gifts. She took the money and used it to support her lifestyle.
Dude.
You can clearly see what kind of woman this Miss Stone was. Tell me, Mr. Butts, what do you think of her now?
Right. I don't think you want him to answer that question. Yeah, Larry has a way of running his mouth in all the wrong directions. Should I? Yeah, you know what? As your lawyer, I recommend you do not answer that question. My client has no idea the victim was seeing other men. That question is irrelevant to this case.
Dude, Nick, what do you mean irrelevant? That cheating she-dog. I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna drop dead. Yeah, when I meet her in the afterlife, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Let's continue with the trial, shall we? I believe the accused's motives is clear to everyone. Yes, quite.
Oh boy, this is so not looking good.
Next question. You went to the victim's apartment on the day of the murder, did you not? Well, did you, or did you not? Well, maybe I did, and maybe I didn't.
See, you can tell it's fine for him to lie like that because if you notice, no one got sworn in upon getting in the courtroom, let alone him going to the stand. So it's totally fine. Everyone can lie here, and it's perfectly legal. Oh, he went. What do I do? Just stop. I'll send him a signal. Lie like a dog. See? Told you. Totally fine to lie. Phoenix Wright, professional attorney, telling his client to lie on the stand. Perfectly fine.
Well, see, it's like this. I don't remember. You don't remember? Well then, we'll just have to remind you.
I got a bad feeling about this. Not like being sworn has ever adhered to... Nobody, not like being sworn in has ever adhered to. I mean, sure. That's why there's laws around it, right? People, I'm sure, get, like, charged with that all the time. But it's fine here because, again, no one got sworn in. So there's no worry about lying on the stand and then having to go and deal with that crime on the side.
We did have a witness that proved he did go to the victim's apartment that day. Well, that simplifies matters. Who's your witness? The man who found the victim's body, just before making the gruesome discovery. He saw the defendant fleeing the scene of the crime.
How convenient.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Bain, the prosecution may call its witness. Yes, Your Honor.
This is bad.
On the day of the murder, my witness was selling newspapers at the victim's building. Please bring Mr. Frank Sawit to the stand. Mr. Sawit, you sell newspaper subscriptions, is this correct? Oh yes. Newspapers, yes. Mr. Sawit, you may proceed with your testimony. Please tell the court what you saw the day of the murder.
The witness's account.
I was going door to door selling subscriptions when I saw a man fleeing an apartment. I thought he must be in a hurry because he left the door half open behind him. Thinking it strange, I looked inside the apartment. Then I saw her lying there, a woman, not moving, dead. I quailed in fright and found myself unable to go inside. I thought to call the police immediately. However, the phone in her apartment wasn't working. I went to a nearby park and found a public phone. I remember the time exactly. It was 1 p.m. The man who ran was, without a doubt, the defendant sitting right over there.
Saw it? Really? That's his name? Indeed. But I mean, he lives up to his name. He definitely saw it happen.
Why didn't you tell the truth?
Because you told him to lie! What do you mean, why didn't you tell the truth? You're his lawyer. You told him to lie. You can't get mad at him for not telling the truth.
Can't defend you against a testimony like that.
Incidentally, why wasn't the victim's phone in the victim's apartment working? Your Honor, at the time of the murder, there was a blackout in the building. Aren't the phones supposed to work during a blackout? Yes, Your Honor. However, some cordless phones do not function normally. The phone that Mr. Sod used was one of those. Your Honor, I have a record of the blackout for your perusal.
Electricity to Miss Stone's building was out from noon to 6 p.m. on the day of the crime.
Now, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
May begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination, Your Honor? All right, this is it. The real deal. What exactly am I supposed to do? What, you're exposed to lies in the testimony the witness just gave. Lies? What? He was lying? Your client is innocent, right? Then that witness must have lied in his testimony. Or is your client really guilty? How do I prove he's not? You hold the key. It's in the evidence. Compare the witness's testimony to the evidence at hand. There's bound to be a contradiction in there. First, find contradictions between the court record and the witness's testimony. Then, once you've found the contradicting evidence, present it and rub it in the witness's face. Okay. Open the court record with tab, then point out the contradictions in the testimony. What's next? A man named Victor Tim? You'd think, but no. Not yet. That's like games from now. I love the puns. The writing in this game is great. I don't know how this compares to like the original Japanese, but the English translation is probably one of the best localizations I've seen for a video game. Just because of like all the shit that they do. Even if they did end up painting themselves into a corner, which we'll get into later, that's not relevant really in this game. It's more relevant in the next game is when things start getting a little weird. Alright, so he was going door to door selling subscriptions. And he saw a man fleeing an apartment. So how do we check? Oh, we can press him with Q. Okay, that works. We'll start with that. Always press the witness to get more information. Don't tell me I actually named an Ace Attorney character. That was a joke. You might have. I honestly don't know because I don't know what happens after like game 3. I played like, I want to say 2, maybe 3 cases in game 3. I want to say it was on the 3rd. I think that's as far as I got. So anything beyond that is like completely unknown to me. The only other Ace Attorney game I played was the Professor Layton crossover. That's the only other game I completed. Isn't that man leaving an apartment a common sight? I find it odd you would take notice of him.
I don't know, he just seemed strange to me, that's all. Like he was mad and yet frightened at the same time. Just like a criminal fleeing the scene of a crime.
The defense requests that the witness refrain from conjecture.
Of course. What the witness means is that the man he saw looked suspicious. So, what happened next?
Half open, you say?
Yes, the door was open halfway, yes. I watched for a moment, but no one came to close the door. That's odd in a big city like this, I thought. I see. And what happened next?
Thinking it strange, I looked inside the apartment. You just looked into someone's apartment. Isn't that itself a crime? What gave you the idea to do that?
Well, the door was half open, you see. Isn't it only human to want to peek? We climb mountains because they're there. It's the same thing. Truer words have never been spoken. Anyone would look inside.
Why did Payne cut him off so quickly?
So, you looked into the apartment. What happened then?
Is it him side is guilty? I don't know, we'll see. I mean, he has a pretty good testimony here. He just saw a man come out of an apartment and there was a dead person. That seems pretty open and shut to me. I don't know, maybe Mia's wrong. Maybe he wasn't lying at all. Are you sure she was dead?
Well, I guess I wasn't. But she wasn't moving at all, and there was blood everywhere.
I guess that would look like a fatal to anyone. Very well. What happened next? Well, I'm afraid I found myself unable to go inside. So you didn't touch anything in the apartment?
Yes, I mean, no, nothing.
Okay. What happened next? Except, you know, the phone, because he tried to touch the phone. So there's a contradiction right there, but I don't think that's relevant. You thought to call the police. Does that mean you didn't actually call them?
Please, listen to the rest of the testimony.
You thought to call the police. What happened next? Or the phone in her apartment wasn't working. The phone in her apartment wasn't working.
Yes, I mean, no, it wasn't. Right.
But you said you didn't go into the apartment. Or did you?
Oh, that? I can explain that. There was a cordless phone on a shelf in the entranceway. I reached inside and tried using that to call. And that phone wasn't working, correct? What happened next?
Didn't go inside but tried the phone. I mean, like the guy said, the phone was in the entranceway. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's a technicality that wouldn't fly in court, but in my professional opinion, I would agree he didn't really go into the apartment. Taking a step inside to grab a phone, I don't think that really counts. I'll give him that one. So he went to a park to find a public phone. All those payphones that they have in the year 2015, after all. Why use a public phone?
Well, you see, I don't have a cell phone. And being the middle of the afternoon, there was no answer at the nearby apartments.
Ah, right. What time did you call again?
I remember the time exactly. It was 1 p.m.
1 p.m., eh? Okay. He looks 100% like the flashback? No, what are you talking about? He's totally different. How do you know that's the same man? You know, that could have been anyone. Anyone could have killed him. It could have been Larry. You know, Larry was seen coming out of the apartment with the dead person. Definitely could have been him. 1 p.m. Are you certain?
Yes, absolutely.
He seems really confident. 1 p.m. Right. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Present some evidence to contradict him. Okay. 1 p.m. you say? You know, we might actually have some evidence here that might contradict that. You know, maybe this autopsy report for one here, considering that it says the time of death was actually between 4 and 5 p.m. What if we bring this up? You know. You found the body at 1 p.m. You sure?
Yes, it was 1 p.m. for certain.
Frankly, I find that hard to believe. Your statement directly contradicts the autopsy report. The autopsy notes the time of death at sometime after 4 p.m. There was no body to find at 1 p.m. How do you explain this 3-hour gap?
This is trivial. The witness merely forgot the time. After his testimony, I find that hard to believe. Mr. Sot, why were you so certain you found the body at 1 p.m.? Gee, that's a really good question. Great job, Wright. Way to put him on the spot. That's all you have to do. Point out the contradictions. Lies always beget more lies. See through one, and their whole story falls apart. Oh wait, I remember now. Would you care to give your testimony again?
Maybe try a little harder to remember this time, just so we don't have any problems with this next testimony, okay? Save us all some time here.
You see, when I found the body, I heard the time. There was a voice saying the time. It was probably coming from the television. Oh, but it was 3 hours off, wasn't it? I guess the victim must have been watching a videotape program. That's why I thought it was 1 p.m. Terribly sorry about the misunderstanding.
Oh, okay, well that explains everything then. You know, it's just a misunderstanding. He heard the time coming from the television or something. Must have been a recording. Just taping her favorite program on the VCR. Props to her for figuring that out, by the way. Not everyone can program a VCR.
I see. You heard a voice saying the time on a tape program. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Right.
You know what to do. I've got this one.
Time of discovery. Alright. Where's the contradiction this time? So you heard the time, you say. You said heard the, not saw?
Yes, heard. All I saw was the body lying there. I didn't think to look at anything else, least of all my watch.
So you didn't think to look at your watch afterwards? To figure out the time? You didn't think that was important at any point during this whole ordeal? So look at your watch. Like, okay, sure, you misheard it on the TV, but maybe while you're going to the phone to call the police, you didn't think, oh boy, I better double check, make sure the time is correct. You know, in case I have to go to court and as a witness to this crime. Isn't that a little strange? So you're saying you heard something, but if you were so shocked by the body, you wouldn't hear anything at all.
The witness did say he actually heard the time. It's ludicrous to suggest he wouldn't hear anything. I have to agree with the prosecution. Witness, continue your testimony.
A voice saying the time is probably coming from the television. Are you sure about this? Are you sure it was a television and not a radio?
Well, I guess it might have been the radio. Incidentally, there was no radio on the premises. There was only one large television.
Wait, I can't put my finger on it, but something about this seems fishy. Something about hearing the television.
The witness has testified. He heard the time.
Wouldn't the call to the police be logged and the time recorded? That too. But I mean, that would also be, like, on the police's end. I mean, we found his contradiction by giving the autopsy report, which had the correct time. So this is more about him making sure that he has his facts straight, so that he doesn't run into this problem. But at no point during his trip from the apartment to the park to call the police did he think, oh, I should probably just double check, make sure I've got the correct time here in case I need to, like, I don't know, give a testimony in court or something, considering I just saw a murder and I'm about to report said murder. So why was it 3 hours off? Please explain. How do you explain the gap?
Well, witness, can you explain this?
Oh, it's totally a tape recording, eh? I like how the judge is also being part prosecutor, isn't just being quiet and listening. At least that's what the judge did when I was a juror. Oh, you've actually been in a courtroom? Damn. The closest I've ever been to a court was, like, I don't know, I was in for a divorce hearing from, like, some family member, some, like, distant relative. And I think I was, like, 7 years old, maybe? We sat there for, like, 3 hours. I don't remember shit about it, because it was the most boring thing I ever saw. I mean, I was fucking 7. What 7-year-old's gonna be interested in sitting in a courtroom? And I never heard of this game at the time, so I mean, I had nothing to go off of. But that's the most I've ever been. That's the most of a courtroom I've ever seen. Was like 20 plus years ago. Video.
Yes, that would explain why the time was wrong. True.
Right. I think the problem lies someplace else.
We agreed that you heard the time of the scene then.
So that's why you thought it was 1 p.m. A likely story. Are you sure the voice you heard said it was 1 p.m.?
Yes, I can practically hear it now. It was quite clear. Mr. Bate, has the prosecution verified this testimony? My apologies, Your Honor. I, too, have only just learned that the witness heard the time. Oh, I'm really sorry. I only just remembered it now.
Ah, yes. Terribly sorry about the misunderstanding in a court of law. For a federal offense? Dang, that's a big case then. Wasn't expecting being told to go to a federal court. Holy shit. Look at the forehead dots. Same one in the flashback. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people have, like, pimples on their foreheads. How do we know for sure that this is, like, a defining trait for this guy? What if it's just a really popular tattoo? Maybe, you know, if Phoenix Wright was, like, hip with the kids, I bet he would also have a dot on his forehead. You just watch it. Not much point pressing him on that one, was there? Alright, so where are we going with this? Let's check our evidence and see what we've got here. So we have a statue of the Thinker. We have the passport. You know, it's kind of interesting that he said he heard the time on a television or something, considering that there was apparently a blackout on the day of the murder. Why don't we ask him a little more about this one here? Hold it right there. The prosecution has said there was a blackout at the time of the discovery. And this record proves it. You could have heard a television or a video.
The fence has a point. Do you have an explanation for this, Mr. Sod? No, I find it quite puzzling myself. Quite. Wait, I remember now. Mr. Sod, the court would prefer to hear an accurate testimony from the very beginning. These constant corrections are harming your credibility. Captain, you seem rather distraught. My apologies, Your Honor. It must have been the shock of finding the body. Very well, Mr. Sot. Let's hear your testimony once more, please.
It was actually only a federal case because it had to do with a crime in Native American territory. Huh. It was just a bar fight. It was really stupid because no one was telling the whole story. That sounds like court, all right. See, you may have been sworn to not lie, but that doesn't say you have to, like, tell the whole truth.
Actually, I didn't hear the time. I saw it.
Oh, did you now? This guy was just, like, so caught up in the whole murder thing, so shocked that he, like, mixed up hearing and seeing things.
There was a clock on in the apartment table, wasn't there? Yeah, the murder weapon. The killer used it to hit the victim. That must have been what I saw. You saw a clock. I guess that would explain it. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Gladly. Alright. I like that's called hearing the time when it's actually about how he saw the time. Battery operated table clock? Yeah. I mean, some people have those. Why not, right? Honestly, it's probably the most believable thing he's said so far. That strikes me as a very suspicious mistake.
Yes, I can see how you'd be a little doubtful. Really sorry, I only just remembered that table clock. A table clock?
Table clock in the apartment wasn't there. I don't know, you tell us. You were there. The table clock. Is there a clock at the crime scene?
This is the first I've heard of it.
The murder weapon. The killer used it to hit the victim. What do you mean the murder weapon was a clock? The murder weapon?
Yes, the table clock that was used as a weapon. That's what I just said. Did you doze off in the middle of my testimony or something?
Something's fishy here. But he'd look for a clock, but not his wrist, where anyone used to a wristwatch would naturally go right there. Yeah, I don't know. Now, okay, in his very paper tissue thin defense here. If we take the flashback photo we saw as fact, when he's like peeking in the door and you see the room, there is a table directly across from the door, behind the body. So he would probably have seen that if there was a clock on that table beforehand. There's also a table next to the phone. So, I mean, if the murder weapon was there, you know, and it was a clock, it would also be very visible without really glancing anywhere else. But that's like super paper thin here. I mean, I'm giving him a lot of credit, way more than he deserves. Why didn't you tell us that in the first place?
I guess I just slipped my mind. I'm not really sure how it happened myself. The witness says he saw the table clock. End of story.
Yeah, find the contradiction. Oh, we'll find it all right. Actually, I think I know exactly where it is. The murder weapon. He says it was a clock. You know, I find that kind of interesting because this was the murder weapon. Was it not? Definitely doesn't look like a clock to me. In fact, I would probably use the word statue to describe this item. Let's see what he says about this. Wait just a moment. The murder weapon wasn't a clock. It was a statue. Now, how is this supposed to be a clock?
What? You with your objections and your evidence. Just who do you think you are?
Just answer the question, Mr. Saw It.
Hey, I saw it there, okay? That's a clock. Your Honor, if I may. Yes, Mr. Payne. As the witness stated, the statue is indeed a clock. The neck is a switch. You just tilt it and it says the time out loud. And it doesn't look like a clock. I submitted it as a statue. My apologies. I see. So, the murder weapon was a table clock after all. Well, Mr. Wright, it appears that the witness's testimony was correct. This is a clock. You have any problems with this testimony now?
Oh, yes, I do. Thanks, Payne. What was the autopsy say the injury was? It was blunt force trauma. Someone smacked her with the statue that we're now talking about. She got smacked with the statue in the head, bleeded out all over the floor. Been watching way too much true crime documentaries recently. You know what? I like watching those too, honestly. They're good background noise when you're cooking or something. Like, they're just interesting enough, and they're presented in just like a fun enough way that it's like a good entertainment when you don't really like, when you're not able to like just watch a screen and you want something more podcasty. They're great for that. Your Honor, there's a gaping hole in the witness's testimony. The only way he could have known the weapon was a clock is to hold it in his hand. Yet the witness testified that he never entered the apartment. Clearly a contradiction.
Indeed.
The witness knew it was a clock because he... You're lying. You were inside the apartment on the day of the murder.
Oh, yeah? Prove it. Prove I went in there.
Oh, I'll do better than that. I can prove you were the one who killed her. That's quite the jump, Phoenix. You struck her with the clock, and the shock of the blow triggered the clock's voice. That was the sound you heard.
Order in the court. Intriguing. Please continue, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Saw It. The sound must have left quite an impression on you. Understandable, since the murder weapon spoke just as you hit the victim. That voice was burned into your mind. That's why you were so certain about the time.
What's the meaning of this? This was all a baseless conjecture.
Baseless? Just look at the witness's face.
Gah! The witness care to elaborate? Did you strike the victim with the clock? That day, I never. Look, the clock. I heard, no, I mean, I saw it. Ah!
I love that.
Shut up. I hate you. It was him, I tell you. I saw him. He killed her, and he should burn. Burn! Give him death. Order in the court, I say. Your Honor, a moment, please. There isn't a shred of evidence supporting the defense's claims. Mr. Wright.
Your Honor?
You claim the sound of the witness heard came from the clock. Do you have any evidence?
The whole case is riding on this. I'd better think it through carefully. Oh my god, what is my computer doing? There we go, we're good. Your Honor, the sound Mr. Sod heard was definitely this clock. A fact which is clear if you simply try sounding the clock. I mean, if it doesn't have batteries, go get some batteries. But if this is what this whole thing is riding on, let's just try sounding the clock, right? I mean, nothing wrong with that. They should have the murder weapon in the courtroom, so tip it. Exactly! We're gonna tip it right now. Let's sound the clock now, here in this court. Your Honor, may I have the clock? I ask the court to listen very carefully. I think it's 8:25.
That certainly is a strange way to announce the time.
Well, he is the thinker, after all.
So, we've heard the clock. What are your conclusions, Mr. Wright?
Mr. Payne, can you tell me what time it is now?
It's 11:25.
Ah. As you can see, this clock is exactly 3 hours slow. Precisely the discrepancy between what Mr. Sod heard and the actual time of death. So, Mr. Sod, try to talk your way out of this one.
You forgot one thing.
Oh, what's he talking about now?
Well, it may seem like that clock is running 3 hours slow. It proves nothing. How do you know it was running 3 hours slow on the day of the murder? If you can't prove that, you don't have a case.
Shit, he's right. How am I gonna prove that? Damn it. Was so close.
Mr. Wright, it seems you lack the critical evidence to support your claim.
Yes, Your Honor.
This means I cannot let you indict the witness. Unfortunately, this ends the cross-examination of Mr. Frank Sott. I come all this way down here to testify, and look what happens. You treat me like a criminal! A criminal! You lawyers are all slime.
Gah, I almost had him. Sorry, Larry. I failed you. There's nothing I can do about it now. Not so fast, Mr. Sott.
Yeah, I mean, Chief. Listen up, Wright.
Don't throw this one away. Not like this. Think.
But, Chief, it's over.
I can't prove the clock was sold the day of the murder. Nobody can prove that. Well, yes. But that doesn't mean you can't still win. Try thinking outside the box. Don't waste time doubting the facts. Assume the clock was 3 hours slow and think through it. Ask yourself, why was the clock 3 hours slow? Figure out the reason and you'll have your proof. Right? Right? Can you think of a reason as to why the clock would be 3 hours slow? I mean, we kind of have to, so I'm going to say yes. Wait, maybe I can prove it. You must have evidence somewhere that can prove it, right? Find it and let them have it.
Well, Mr. Wright, you say the clock was already running slower the day of the murder. Have you found evidence to support this claim?
Of course. There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can prove my claim beyond a doubt. That is some serious confidence there, Phoenix.
Words. Let's see you pull this one off. Let's see this evidence that proves why the clock was running slow.
That's a good question there. You know, really painted ourselves in the corner on this one. Okay, let's think about this for a second. What reasons would a clock have for being 3 hours slow? Now, first of all, it's battery powered. So, I don't think we can use the blackout record because this clock clearly runs without needing to be plugged into a wall. So it's not like the clock, you know, got disabled or something. Plus then the clock wouldn't have worked at all if it needed to be plugged in. So that can't be it. The victim apparently arrived home from Paris. Now, that's like the only other thing here that could possibly be related. And I'll tell you right now, this was not something I was able to figure out the first time through. Sometimes the puzzles in this game are a little strange, and I'm not really sure where the logic comes from. They make sense retroactively, but going into it, they don't make a lot of sense sometimes. And if I remember correctly, this is actually the evidence. The victim had just returned home from abroad the day before the murder. As we all know, the time difference between here and Paris is 9 hours. When it's 4 p.m. here, it's 1 a.m. the next day there. The clock wasn't 3 hours slow, it was 9 hours fast. The victim had reset their clock since returning home. That's why the time you heard when you struck her dead in her apartment was wrong. Proof enough for you, Mr. Saw It? Or should I say, Mr. Did It? Well, I guess he's dead. Just took a cyanide pill right on the stand.
Order! Order, I say!
So yeah, that's the logic there. Now, the thing that I never understood is, like, why would the clock ever go to Paris? Like, we have nothing suggesting the idea that the clock was in Paris with the victim. That's the part that always tripped me up with this one. The fact that it's 11 hours slow or 9 hours fast, that's fine. You know what, that's actually kind of clever. I like that part. But there's nothing suggesting the clock went with her to Paris. Like, why would you take the clock of the thinker? Like, why would you take a clock like that with you to Paris? Like, of all the things you need to pack, you know, toothbrush, clothes, maybe shampoo if you're really, like, can't use the hotel stuff. Tons of stuff, you know? Maybe you want a camera so you can take pictures. Maybe you want something like a book or games to take on the flight. Why would you take a clock in the shape of a thinker statue with you? Why would you need that? There's clocks at the hotel. Do you not have a watch? Do you not have a phone with the time on it? Do you not have access to literally any other clock anywhere? No, you gotta have the thinker statue with you. Now, I guess the more logical way to go about this is that the thinker statue was a souvenir from Paris. But again, there's nothing suggesting that either. So you have no reason to think that the clock ever saw Paris. Why would it ever be set to Paris's time zone? If you had family or something in Paris, I could see why you'd set one clock ahead so you know what time it is if you want to call them or something, but definitely not take a lot. Yeah, like, okay, you know what? Sure, I'd take that too. I mean, even if they said it was, like, I don't know, if they hinted at something saying that the clock was in Paris, that's all I'm asking for. That's the only thing here. Everything else surrounding this whole thing, fine. It's good. Just that one little bit. But, I mean, I guess you'd click on it anyways because process of elimination, none of the other evidence really makes a whole lot of sense. So you click on the passport and it's like, oh yeah, okay, the clock was in Paris.
Well, this case certainly has turned out differently than we all expected. Mr. Bain, your witness? He was arrested and has been taken away, Your Honor.
Wait, that's all it took? We just had to prove the clock was, like, off by, like, however much time on the day of the murder. It's like, okay, yep, lock him up, boys. He's definitely the murderer. That proves it.
Very well. Mr. Wright.
You'll also notice a pattern here. There is almost next to no fingerprint taking in this entire series. So just pretend that it's not a very widespread practice in this world. Nobody takes fingerprints. I think they show up as court evidence like maybe 3 times in the first 3 games alone, at most. Yes, Your Honor.
I have to say I'm impressed. I don't think I've ever seen someone complete a defense so quickly, and to find the true culprit at the same time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At this point, this is only a formality, but this court finds the defendant, Mr. Larry Butts,
not guilty. Yeah, fingerprints, DNA, etc. None of that stuff is ever, like, really submitted as evidence in this game.
And with that, this court is adjourned.
Turns out that Frank Sott was a common burglar. He posed as a newspaper salesman to check and see when people were out of the house. That day. When Larry went to her apartment, the victim wasn't home. After he left, Mr. Sott let himself in to do his dirty work. While he was searching her place, the victim returned. Flustered, Mr. Sod grabbed the nearest blunt object he could find. August 3rd, 2:32 p.m., District Court. Defendant Lobby number 2. I still can't believe we won.
Right. Good job in there. Congratulations.
Thanks, Chief. I owe it all to you.
Not at all.
Not at all. You fought your own battles in there.
It's been a while since I've seen a trial end on such a satisfying note.
I've never seen the Chief looking like this happy.
She's this glad.
Imagine how Larry must feel.
My life is over.
Larry, you're supposed to be happy. What's wrong now?
Aw, Nick. Don't worry about me. I'll be dead and gone soon. Good. Oh, wait, no. I mean, bad. Bad.
Larry, you're innocent. The case is closed.
But my Cindy Windy's gone, man. Gone forever.
Larry, she was a... Nah, never mind.
Congratulations, Harry.
Harry?
Yes, you. I can practically see the headlines now. Harry Butts, innocent. Thanks. I really owe you one. I won't forget this, ever. Let's celebrate. Dinner? Movie? My treat.
Oh no, I couldn't. Hey, I was the one who got you off the hook.
Oh, hey. Here. Take this. It's a present.
A present?
For me?
Wait, wasn't this the evidence that...
Actually, I made this clock for her. I made one for her and one for me.
Okay, why wasn't this ever brought up? Like, they could have had like a whole other thing where like Larry comes out and talks about the clock and like how he made it and how she like took it to Paris. That would have fixed everything. All they needed was that, like, one extra testimony that would have done it.
Really? You made this? Well, thank you. I'll keep it as a memento.
Yo, Nick. Can you believe it? I'm so into that chick. And she was just playing me for a fool. Does that make you just want to cry?
Larry... Are you so sure?
Excuse me?
I think she's thought quite a lot of you in her own way.
Nah, you gotta sympathize with me, it's okay.
Oh, I'm not just sympathizing, really. Isn't it? Right. Don't you have something to show your friend? Something that proves how she felt about him?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, right. What the heck is she talking about? I don't think I ever got this one right. I want to say it's the statue, though. I mean, she still had the statue, considering that Larry made it, right? I think it's this. Check this out, Larry. Proof positive you weren't just some chump to her.
Huh? What about that clock?
It's the clock you made for her, Larry. And she took it with her when she traveled.
Whatever. She probably just need a clock, that's all.
Yeah, you know, like everyone traveling overseas, they just need a clock. You think so? It's a pretty heavy clock to take traveling. Well, make of it what you will.
Hey, Nick. I'm glad I asked you to be my lawyer. Really, I am. Thanks.
Hope that made him feel a little better. Right? I hope you see the importance of evidence now. Also, hopefully you realize things change depending on how you look at them. People too. We really never know if our clients are guilty or innocent. All we can do is believe in them. And in order to believe in them, you have to believe in yourself. Right. Listen, learn, grow strong. Never let go of what you believe in. Never. Well, I think our work here is done. Shall I be off? Yeah, I guess so. Say, how about dinner? On me. We'll drink a toast to innocent butts. Yeah. Oh, speaking of Harry, you were saying part of why you became a lawyer was because of him. Yeah, part at least. You'll have to tell me more about it sometime. Maybe over drinks? And so, my first trial came to a close. Larry slapped me on the back and said, "Gee, Nick, it's good to have friends." But I'm pretty sure he's not going to pay us. Unless you count the clock he gave Mia. I didn't know it then. but that clock was soon going to be at the center of another incident. And my promise to tell the chief about me and Larry be one promise that I wouldn't be able to keep. And that's episode 1 complete. Now we get into the real episodes. That was like the tutorial. Now we can play the real shit. Oh, there's a lot of save files in this version. Damn, there's only like 3 on the 3DS. Or it's 3 per game, I think. No, I guess we're good. Remember, this is 2015. That's what cell phones sound like in 2015, definitely.
Hello? Is this Maya? Hey, Maya, it's me. Mia, what's up? You haven't called in a while. Sorry, I've been so busy. How have you been? Well, lonely, and it's all your fault. Nah, I'm just teasing. I've been great. I'm finally getting used to having my own place. That's good to hear. Actually, I'm calling because I have a favor to ask. I know. You want me to hold evidence for you? Sharp as always. There's a lot of buzz about the upcoming trial. I just don't feel safe keeping the evidence here. I gotcha. So what is it this time? It's a clock. A clock? Yeah, it's made to look like that statue, the Thinker. It tells you the time. I thought you might like it. You always like toys. Hey, I'm not a little girl anymore, sis. Now, you know I'm only teasing. Should probably tell you the clock isn't talking right now. Huh? It's not working? That's lame. I had to take the clockwork out. Sorry. I put some papers inside it instead. Papers? Is that the evidence then? Well, there's a possibility it might turn out that way. Yes. Can you come by the office tonight, say 9 o'clock, to pick it up? I'll be in a pre-trial meeting until then. Okay, sis, but I expect dinner. Something good. Like burgers. I could really go for a good burger. Okay. We'll hit the usual joint. All right, it's a deal. Okay, sis. See you soon. Yep, I'll be waiting, Maya.
Yes, burgers. Conversation recorded September 5th, 9:27 a.m. September 5th, 8:57 p.m. Faye & Co. Law Offices.
Now, Miss Faye, I'll take what's mine. The papers. I'm sorry, but I can't give you what I don't have. Miss Faye, you are a poor liar. Why, I see it right over there. That must be the Thinker that swallowed those papers. How could you know? You're not coniferous of my background. Gathering information is my business, you see. I should have been more careful. My dear Miss Faye, I am so very sorry. But I am afraid I must ask you for one more thing. Your eternal silence. Farewell, Miss Faye.
Now, that could totally be anyone, okay? That may not necessarily be the murderer. You know, they could just be playing it up. You know, give me a red herring. It's fine. We don't know who the murderer is, totally. September 5th, 9:08 p.m., Faye & Co. Law Offices. Uh-oh, I'm late. Huh, that's strange. Guess the chief left without me. She said her sister was coming over, so we should all go out for dinner. What's that smell? Blood. Mia! Maybe she's in her office. We can examine things in here? Oh, it's like actually... Okay, they have like... Okay, it's the same as the DS, it's just they put like a cursor on it. I guess that's for like controllers and shit, which I don't have plugged in, so I'm not sure why they need to show that. Smell blood and it can't be good. Have to check and see if Chief's okay. Alright, let's go. How do we leave? I don't know how to get out of here. Backspace. Move. Office. That smell. Blood. Sis. Someone's there. Chief? Chief! Chief! Who are you? Someone who fainted, that's who. Strange girl dropped out cold. I left her lying on the office sofa. I went back to the chief where she lay under the window. Her body was still warm. I could feel it when I held her shoulder. Then, all too quickly, began to fade. Until finally she was cold. Chief. Chief, it's hard seeing her like this, but if there are any clues here, she was struck in the head with a blunt object. She probably died instantly. The thinker lying next to her must have been the murder weapon. The murder weapon looks like a statue, but it's actually a clock, made by Larry Butts. There are some glass shards near the chief's body. Must be pieces of the glass light stand lying broken in the back of the room. Broken remains of a glass light stand, broken beyond all recognition. Nothing else that seems like a clue here. A piece of paper. It must have fallen from Mia's hand. What could it be? A word is written in blood on this scrap of paper. Maya. Did Mia write this? This piece of paper is a receipt from a department store, dated yesterday. A department store receipt with letters written in blood on the back. Well, clearly that's the killer, as we all saw. That's 100% the killer. I mean, it's classic, you know, your dying breath, you take your blood and you write out the killer's name on a receipt so that everyone knows who to arrest. It's perfect. Flawless. What could possibly go wrong? I think that's enough snooping around for now. I better call the police and find out what that girl was doing here. I do like this magnifying glass because then you can see what is clickable and like actually something to click on, because if there's one complaint I have with the original, it's that like there's a lot of pixel hunting, and we're talking like actual pixel hunting. So we can just like, oh, you can even as a check mark. That's amazing. It's painful to look, but I have to for Mia's sake. Looks like she was hit in the head with a blunt weapon. She probably died instantly. There's even the check mark there. This is like a really nice upgrade. I'm glad I played this version and not the 3DS version. I'm probably gonna find like new points I can click on that I didn't even know existed. The chief's chair. A simple, functional design. Feels pretty good to sit in, too. Oh, and then we can go left and right with the Q button instead of arrows. The Faneco ledger book. Everything is written in the chief's ultra-neat handwriting. It's a small office, but it makes a good bit of money. At least it did, until she died. Right, I'd better call the police. Oh, yeah, of course. Probably a good idea. Report the crime. Definitely don't want to forget to do that. Now, let's make sure here. Are the phones working this time? Make sure you record what time it is. We don't want to have any problems again. Now that the thinker doesn't have a clock in it anymore, we can't use it as evidence. Huh? That's funny. A few of the screws on the receiver are missing. It looks like someone was halfway through taking it apart. Please, come quick. What was that? Someone screaming from outside the window. She's staring right at me. She's holding a phone in her hand. Oh, that's nice. She reported the crime for us. Thank you. Much appreciated, whoever you are. I'm sorry for aching so much. Do you mean talking? I mean, I don't think you're talking too much. Don't worry about it. In fact, if anything, feel free to talk more. I'm all for it. I should be the one that said should be sorry for talking too much. I mean, this is a visual novel at the end of the day, though. So, I mean, there's not much I can do about it. All the chief's important documents are packed in here. This is where she filed her case records and recent rulings. Surprisingly, the chief was never good with machines. About all she used this PC for was email. She picked up this ancient model at some garage sale for practically nothing. Anything else here that's new? No, actually, I think we're done. Cool. Good. I love this checkmark feature a lot. That's probably my favorite upgrade here. Alright, how do we go back? I guess move to the lobby. Oh, you were gone for a long time. Oh, I see. Well, welcome back then. I didn't realize you were gone. I thought everyone was just like watching this gripping story. That girl just now, where'd she go? I put her right there on that sofa. Uh-oh. I hope she didn't run on me. She was totally the killer. I'm telling you, she ran away from the scene of the crime. Her name was written in blood next to the victim. That other woman across the street probably saw everything. I don't think there's anything I can do for you. I'm sorry. Yipes. Don't scare me like that. Excuse me, but who are you? It's okay. I work here. Maya Fey. Maya Fey? Maya. So Mia was writing this girl's name. Maybe I should show her the receipt? Never thought there'd be a use for evidence like this outside the courtroom. Before Mia died, she wrote a message with her own blood. She wrote it on the back of this receipt. That's my name. Why? Why'd she write my name? Please, just calm down. Why would Sis write my name? Uh-oh. Now I've done it. Uh-oh.
It's the cops. They're here. They're gonna arrest ya.
The police! Oh, sounds like they're coming this way. Freeze! Police!
Alright, I'm Detective Dick Gumshoe, see?
Gumshoe? What an odd name.
We received a report from the building across the way, see? Got a person saying they saw Moida.
Must have been that woman I saw.
Anyway, I don't want either of you moving 1 inch, okay?
Great. Just great. Maya, wait, she wouldn't have... Nah.
Whoa!
Excuse me?
Does word Maya here mean anything to you?
That's my name.
What? The victim Judas here note in her own blood, see? With her dying breath, she wrote down the killer's name. Killer? I'm not... Case closed. You're coming down to the precinct, ma'am. What?
Told you, she was guilty. It was there written in blood. Mia's younger sister, Maya, was arrested on the spot. I was taken in for questioning and didn't get out until the next morning. My eyes were heavy, but I couldn't sleep. I sat around waiting for visiting hours to begin at the detention center. I had to talk to Maya as soon as possible. September 6, 9:07 a.m. Detention center. Visitor's room. Wow, they have poor Maya locked up like a criminal.
Oh. It's you, the lawyer. Good morning.
Good morning. She looks so tired.
Are you gonna be my attorney?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I better give it to her straight. It's up to you.
To me?
Yes, I don't think this is something I should decide. After all, you're the one in trouble here.
They're never gonna believe me, are they? Even you, when you found me in the office, you looked at me like I had done it.
Did I look at her like that?
No, I never thought. It's okay, I understand. And I've also heard about you.
Heard?
Heard what about me? I was talking to my sister on the phone the other day.
Today was my junior partner's first time in court.
Wow, really? How'd that go?
It was quite the scene. Honestly, I was on edge the whole time. It's been a while. So you crashed and burned? He's a genius. One of those strike fear into the hearts of evil types. Only thing he's lacking is experience. Sounds like it was fun. Well, I know who to go to if I ever get in trouble now. I don't know, Maya. I think you might want to wait. Give him 3 more years. That is, unless you want to be found guilty. Wow, no confidence in me whatsoever. Damn, can't believe this.
That's what she said. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. No, it's okay. It's true, I guess. But at the same time, I can't just sit by and watch. When I think of the person who did this to Mia... I know. You can examine the room. I think, like, this is one room that's, like, pretty much the same in every case. The guard monitors the visitor's room. He hasn't moved an inch. A real pro, this guy. Just constantly staring through the top of his brim up at the camera. He seems almost more worried that the camera's watching him than watching the suspect. Smile for the camera. I think that's it. Just those two objects. Alright, let's talk to her. There's something I've been wanting to ask you. Yes? What's with that outfit? Oh, this? This is what all acolytes wear. It's my uniform, you could say. Acolytes? Like, people in religious training? What is it you do? Oh, it's nothing strange, really. I'm a spirit medium. In training. Spirit medium? I'm pretty sure that qualifies as strange. So you're an acolyte. A medium in training. That's right. The Fae family, especially the women, have always been very sensitive to the spirit world. Wait a second, you said the Fae family? So, Mia was into this stuff too? Of course! She left the mountain to follow her career, as she said. Her powers were first class too. I had no idea. Wait. What? So, you're a real, honest-to-goodness spirit medium, with ESP and all that? Yes, in training. Well, can't you contact Mia's spirit then? We could just ask her who killed her. Yes, because that is totally evidence that will fly in court. Totally. I'm sorry. I'm still in training. I couldn't do something on that level. I thought that would be too easy. Could you tell me about the day of the murder? Yes. Let's see. That morning, I got a call from my sister. She wanted me to hold on to a piece of evidence for an upcoming trial. Evidence? Yes, that clock's shaped like the Thinker. The one Larry made. How could there have been evidence in the case? Right. She said something about that. I remember. You want to hear it in her own voice? Her own voice? Yes. I'm pretty sure our conversation is on my cell phone. You recorded it? Yeah. I forgot how to delete those things. So, you say you have a conversation with your sister on your cell phone. Let's hear it. Right. Oh, I just remembered. That detective took my cell phone. Sorry. Oh, right. Of course. The next time I see Detective Gumshoe, I'll ask him for it. I'll write you a note so you don't forget, okay? Sure, thanks. A conversation I had with my sister is recorded on my cell phone. Alright, well, we'll just go take that to the detective. I'm sure he'll understand. Let me see her cell phone. Get this all sorted out real quick. Huh? Something the matter? I was wondering, could I ask you a favor? This is the address of a famous lawyer. My sister gave me this a long time ago. She said if I was ever in trouble, I should call him. And, well, I'm in trouble. Do you think you could go ask him to represent me? That's kind of a weird thing to ask someone you just met, especially another defense attorney. But okay. I'll do it since we have the common friend here in Mia, in the victim. Sure, why not? I'll go ask. Oh, thank you so much. I have no one else to turn to. Say, what about your parents? Oh, that, I see. Don't worry, leave it to me. Oh, thank you. The trial's tomorrow at 10. What? Tomorrow? Tomorrow. What if this guy refuses? They tell me that if I don't find one, the state will pick an attorney to defend me. When will that happen? They're giving me until 4 this afternoon. Visiting hours are almost up. I better hurry. Right, I'll be back. She looks like Zhu Li from Avatar. Like, Airbender, I'm guessing? I have not seen Airbender at all. Or the other Avatar, for that matter. So,
I unfortunately don't have a visual on that comparison, but I'll take your word for it. Could you tell me about the day of the murder?
Sorry, I know it must be hard. No, it's okay. All I've been doing the last few hours is talking about it. I've kinda gotten used to it. Let's see. That morning, I got a call from my sister. She wanted me to hold on to a piece of evidence for an upcoming trial.
That's the thinker clock that Larry made. Practically qualifies as a serial murderer by now.
So then, when did you arrive at the office? It was right around 9.
Oh, you got a picture. Hell yeah, let's see this. I can kind of see it. Let's see here. Oh, I froze OBS. I was gonna like throw it on screen so we can see like an actual side-by-side comparison. I don't know if this will actually work. This is the first time I'm trying this solution because I've had problems with this before. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see it. I would almost like argue it looks almost more like Mia, or like some sort of amalgamation between Mia and Maya. Like I'm probably judging the outfit more than anything, but yeah, the hair is like definitely the same thing for sure. Like her outfit makes me think of Mia, but then the hair makes me think of Maya. So I definitely see what you mean.
Lights were off and I could smell blood. Then I found her, my sister.
Thanks, Maya. That's all I needed to hear for now. Alright, let's go ask this hotshot lawyer that apparently Mia recommends. I'm surprised that, like, Mia didn't suggest that, you know... Like, you would think that Mia would want to represent her own sister. I mean, she seemed like a pretty... Alright, that's the button I'm looking for. I'm getting used to controls of this, I'm used to the DS, where you just, like, tap everything. Which I'm pretty sure I can click on things, but I keep thinking I can't for some reason. But you would think that, like, Mia would want to represent her sister, but I guess not. September 6th, Grossberg Law Offices. According to the receptionist, the big boss is out. She couldn't say when he'd be back. It must be hard to keep track of everything when you're a famous lawyer. Not to mention run an office like this. I guess I'll just have to come back later. We can still look around his office. Expensive-looking mahogany bookshelves filled with expensive-looking books. The sign of any famous, big-shot, high-valued lawyer. When you have mahogany bookshelves. Funny. They don't look like they've ever been read. I mean, you're not supposed to read the books on the bookshelves at a law office. Everyone knows that. They're only there to look at. The more books you have, the more important you look. That's like being a lawyer 101. Solid mahogany desk. The wood's been polished to a deep luster. And also having a mahogany desk. Extra points if it's polished like that. Table for clients. Now look, an ebony case, and if I'm not mistaken, that lighter's made of solid gold. Even I can tell someone here's got money to burn. That is quite the lighter. That painting has been bugging me ever since I stepped in here. The oil paint is so thick it's practically giving me a stuffed nose. I'm sure the price is nothing to seize at either, for that matter. An expensive potted plant. No idea what kind of plant it is, but it's probably the most expensive one available. Yeah, knowing this guy, I think he just, like, went to Amazon, sorted by expensive first, and then just clicked purchase, and didn't even, like, look at what he was buying. Just like, I need expensive things.
Hey, what is it? Did you meet the lawyer?
Sorry, I haven't seen him yet.
I see.
Better go see if I can find this elite lawyer she's talking about. Wait, where else am I supposed to look? Why would he be here? Why would I need to go here? The office is filled with police officers. They're all busily searching for clues.
Hey, you there. This is a crime scene, pal. No trespassing. Sorry. Don't I know you from somewhere? Wait, you're that Butts guy, aren't you?
No, Phoenix Wright. How could anyone mistake me for Larry? I guess I got the wrong name, Mr. Wright. Sorry about that. That Butts guy, he's a killer. You're no killer, right? He was proven innocent. Right. And you were... Detective Suede Shoes. I wish that was his name. Gumshoe, wasn't it? Dick Gumshoe? Right. At your service. Hang on. That's Detective Gumshoe to you, pal. Anyway, get the name right. Don't go calling me Dick. Hey, Dick! Get over here. Yes, sir. Be right there. You're her lawyer, right, pal? If you got business here, you better do it quick. Thinks I'm Aya's lawyer. Well, can we talk to him first? I mean, he is the detective here, after all. So, Miss Faye, did you do an autopsy? You want to know the results, eh? Now, don't you go looking at me like that, pal. It's no use. She might have been your boss, but that doesn't mean you get any special treatment. Alright, alright. You can see the report, but that's all. Time of death, September 5th at 9 p.m. Cause, single blunt force trauma. Death was instantaneous. About Maya. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that trial. Sorry, pal, but this is one trial you aren't gonna win. Why do you say that? The city's put Prosecutor Edgeworth on the prosecution. Edgeworth? I'm sure you know what that means, you being a lawyer and all. Prosecutor Edgeworth? That's right, pal. Mr. Miles Edgeworth himself. Wait, you do know him, don't you? I mean, sure, yeah, totally. Everyone knows Miles Edgeworth, famous prosecutor person. I know him. He's a feared prosecutor. He doesn't feel pain. He doesn't feel remorse. He won't stop until he gets his guilty verdict. Aw, don't talk about him that way. You make him barely sound human. Still, I'm afraid this pretty much decides the case. So, Edgeworth is on this one. He hasn't lost a case since he became prosecutor at the incredibly young age of 20. Of course, there are rumors of back-alley deals and forged evidence. All I know for sure is that Edgeworth hates crime with an almost abnormal passion. I never imagined I'd be facing him so soon. That's just how good Phoenix is. All it took was one case, and now, you know, he's gonna face, like, the final boss of prosecutors. Anything cool here we can examine? Mia's favorite potted plant. I remember it had this bizarre name no one could ever remember. Borderline strict up, pal. Who was that? Mia's desk. Perfectly clean as always. The only thing it's missing is Mia. There's a horrendous amount of legal books here. Scarier still is that Mia probably read all of these. Unlike that other guy. See, like, why didn't Maya go here? Like, why was Maya not told to go here? She actually reads her books. But maybe then again, you know, because she reads her books, that's why she's a terrible lawyer who wound up dead. An old movie poster. Apparently, this was the first movie that made Mia cry when she saw it. I'll have to check it out one of these days. Yeah, Phoenix isn't much of a movie person. The sky is blue, and so am I. There's that hotel right across the way. Alright. Can we go back here, maybe? Now that we went there? Oh. Oh, I meant to go to the detention center. I think? No? Do we need to... I don't know where we're going. I'll go back here. Maybe we can present something to him. Or you know what? Can we talk to him first? Let's try that. We did everything. Okay, this is the fun part of the game where it's like, try literally everything until something just works. Let me give this note to you. You have her cell phone? I was wondering, did you see Maya Faye's cell phone? Oh, that. I have it. Do you think you could give it back? Sure. I mean, wait a second, pal. Tricky lawyer. Uh-oh, he's on to me. There's important evidence on there. If I tell him why I want it, there's no way he'll give it to me. Something the matter? Oh, no, it's just, you know, detective. Nope, I know nothing, pal. That cell phone has a lot of numbers on it, like her boyfriend's. Cell phone holds all a little girl's sweetest and spiciest secrets. You're trying to confuse me. Sorry, pal. I already checked all the numbers in memory. Impressive. You're quite the detective. Uh-huh. Yeah, here, you can have the phone back. There weren't any suspicious call records in there after all. Seems he didn't notice the recorded conversation. I thought he just said that, like, he wasn't allowed to give it back. Okay. Holds a conversation between the chief and Maya. Alright, so now we can hear the conversation whenever we want. Guess I've asked all the questions I need to. You all done, pal? Yes, thank you. I'll be heading out now. Oh, wait. One more thing I wanted to mention to you. I didn't suppose you're planning on talking to that witness. Anyway, you better not. No influencing the witness with your lawyerly ways, pal. Come to think of it, I had completely forgotten about her. The witness? Yeah, Miss April May. I'm sorry about this, but I can't tell you anything about her. Well, you just told me her name. Miss May, huh? So you've sent her home already, then? Haha, you're trying your loyalty tricks on me now. She's not gonna go outside her room until the trial. So she's still in the hotel across the way. I guess I should know better than to try and get a detective to leak information. You got that right, pal. Time to pay a visit to Miss May. Well, thanks for not telling me where she is. By totally telling me where she is. Much appreciated. September 6th, Gatewater Hotel, room 303.
Well, hello there, handsome.
Hi. Smooth, right? Real smooth.
You're the lawyer, aren't you? The detective told me. He said, don't say nothing to that lawyer, pal.
Remember to self. Thank Detective Gumshoe for making my job harder.
Gee, this is all like something out of a movie. It's all so exciting, I can hardly contain myself. Oh, let me go freshen up so I can look the part of the beautiful eyewitness.
Pity the lawyer that has to cross-examine this one. Yeah, I wonder who that's going to be, hmm? Couldn't possibly figure that one out. The flowers are fake, as expected. I know sunflowers and tulips, but that's almost the extent of my floral knowledge. I think those are roses. Might just be a guess here, though. You can tell how many roses Phoenix has bought in the past. Ah, a still scene painting. Wait, should that be still life? Whatever. One of those is hanging on the wall. The hell is this thing? There's a screwdriver stuck in this drawer. I wonder what's inside. Let's take a look.
Hey, what are you doing? No touching. Ooh, bad boy. You really should pry around in other people's rooms now. You wouldn't want to make me upset, would you?
Upset? I thought she was going to explode for a second there. I wonder what could be inside the drawer. Do you think you could tell me something? I need you to describe what you observed at the time of the incident.
Ooh, observe. Incident. You sound just like a lawyer in the movies. I like a man with a big vocabulary.
Better not encourage her. You know that thing that happened the other day, the bad thing? What did you see when it happened? I don't suppose you could tell me about it, pretty please?
Let me see. Well, dream on. If you want to know, you'll just have to come to court tomorrow, Mr. Lawyer.
Oh boy. Could you just... Who exactly are you?
Ooh, Mr. Lawyer, you hitting on me?
No. Hey, I'm just doing my job here.
You know, you're cute when you blush.
Believe me, this is the first time in my life I've blushed this much. Right. Can you just tell me what it is you do?
Well...
No.
And you had your little hopes up, didn't you?
Oh boy. I see there are 2 glasses on the table. Is someone staying here with you?
Ooh, what amazing powers of observation. You must be one of those famous detectives, like on television.
Oh, no, not me. I'm, just a lawyer.
Say, Mr. Big Detective, why don't you go look for clues in the garbage? Miss May doesn't like noisy little lawyers.
Oh boy. You know, despite her appearances, she's a lot more clever than she looks. I just like still look around the room anyways, despite her standing right here while I snoop. The late summer sunlight streams through the window. There's the Fanco Law Office buildings, of course. You can see the inside of the room pretty clearly from here. I think it would be a little difficult to recognize a face from this distance, though. A simple bed. It's been recently made. Nothing eye-catching here. Oh, that's all we can examine here. Can I, like, present something to her, maybe? You sure we can't, like, talk about the murder?
Excuse me, but I'm a witness. Police witness. You understand? How could I possibly give you any information in good conscience, Me, the witness. It's just like in the movies.
Alright, she's not talking. How about we go talk somewhere else then? Now that we got her cell phone. Hey, I got your cell phone back.
Oh, say, can I listen to my sister's voice?
Maya's eyes closed. She listened to every word with such intensity. Before long, tears began to roll down her cheeks.
Thank you.
What about your family?
I only had my sister. My father died when I was very young, and I don't know where my mother is.
Don't know. So she could still be alive?
The women in my family have been mediums for generations. They say a lot of spiritual power runs in our blood. About 15 years ago, our family was involved in an incident. There was a man, and he ruined our mother's life.
Ruined?
After that, she disappeared. Several years after that, my sister announced she would become a lawyer and she left the mountain.
So, you live by yourself?
Yes, I've gotten used to it. Oh, also, I had to become independent or I would lose my powers.
Feel bad for her, all by herself up on that mountain. So, who was this man who, ruined your mother?
About 15 years ago, there was an unusual murder case. It made quite a stir. Everyone was talking about it, apparently. The police were running out of leads, and they were getting desperate.
Wait, they didn't use a spirit medium, did they?
The police convinced my mother to try to contact the victim.
Wow, so what happened?
The case was solved, we thought.
You thought?
The man my mother helped the police capture was innocent. The police's consultation with the medium had all been carried out in secret, of course. But a man found out about it and leaked it to the press. He told all the papers that my mother was a fraud, and the media jumped on it big time. My mother, became the laughingstock of the nation.
I see.
Wait.
Excuse me? White.
That was his name. My sister told me.
White. We don't have anything related to that, do we? I don't think so. She didn't mention that in the conversation here, did she? No. I can't remember, actually. Nope. Okay. Nothing important there. Well, there's nothing else to talk, so let's go move somewhere else. Anything new here? Probably not. Okay, there's one... We could try going here again, I guess. Ah, here we go. Oh, is he still out? Oh, there he is. That wasn't the most overtop clearing of the throat I've ever heard. So, you're the one they say has been looking for me. Yeah, yes, that's me. He looks even grander than I imagined. That badge on your collar. Ah, so you're a lawyer, are you now? Yes, well, yes. And what do you want? I'm not particularly busy these days. Please, proceed. Not busy? How come no one could get in touch with you? Something the matter? You came to see the one and only Marvin Grossberg, did you not? Well, here I am. Boy, what do you want? Out with it. Well, sir, actually, it's about Maya Fey. Ah, yes, Maya Fey. Go on. Why the strange reaction?
I'm really quite busy here, son. I can't go taking cases on a day's notice. No, it's quite impossible.
Wait a second. How did you know the trial was tomorrow?
Anyway, I'm afraid it's entirely impossible for me to represent her. Sorry. End of discussion.
What's going on? He refused me before I even got a chance to ask him. What do I tell Maya? How can you just refuse like that? Please, tell me why you won't take the case.
There. Well, you see, it's just, I'm busy, you see.
But the client is Maya Fey's sister. He had trusted you. She knew her sister would be in good hands.
Yes, well, of course, I know that. However, I'm sorry, but I must refuse. Sorry. Goodbye.
Creep. Fine. I don't have time to argue with you anyway. I'll go look elsewhere.
Think not.
Huh? Did you say something?
I think not, I said.
What do you mean?
I'm terribly, terribly sorry. But I'm afraid that no lawyer worth their salt would take on this particular case. Terribly sorry, my boy.
Why?
I cannot say. I beg your pardon, but could you leave? Now? I've nothing more to discuss with you.
What's going on here? How did you know Maya Fey?
Gee, worked here. A long time ago. Quite the apprentice, that one. Learned my techniques in the blink of an eye. Left one day, quite suddenly. Did a mission, you see.
Mission?
You can see it in her eyes. She followed it with a burning passion. Never looked back, that one.
That's quite a painting.
Haha, you noticed. It's my pride and joy. Impressive, isn't it? Well, isn't it? The color of the sky, the hue of the sea, the weave of the straw hat. It's worth at least 3 million. I have no intention of parting with it, of course. No, I won't sell it. Not even to you.
I wasn't interested.
It's all for sale.
I'm not buying. Jeez. That wouldn't even fit in the office. I mean, you saw those walls. They're full of books and important things. Well, at least we got an answer. He's not taking the case. How unfortunate. Hiya. Oh, you're back. Did you find the lawyer? Well, what do I tell her? Well, see, just be honest. I really don't think you should use that guy. Good job being honest, Phoenix. Very good job. He didn't seem healthy. He was all skin and bones. What really happened? You don't mean he refused to help? I see. I've been abandoned then. Just a little longer now before the state-appointed lawyer comes, I guess. 4 p.m. Time's up. What should I do? Do I just leave her and go home? Yeah, totally. Just go home. Definitely. Abandon her. You never met her. You've known her for, like, less than a day. And for all you know, she's the killer. That's, like, terrible for your career. There's nothing left for me to do. She'll be better off with a state-appointed lawyer. I think I'd better get home now. Goodbye. It was a few days later when I found out how the story ended. The result of the trial was in the newspaper. Guilty. I'll probably never meet her again. Did I make the right choice? Will I ever know? Mia, if you can hear me, please tell me. Not. I can't let that happen. I'm not leaving her until she takes me as her lawyer. I've made up my mind. I'm going to defend you whether you want me to or not. Why? Why? Well, no one is as sad as a person without any friends. I know. I've been there. A long time. Why did I become a lawyer in the first place? Because someone has to look out for the people who have no one on their side. Maya, I won't abandon you. You can count on me. That's so kind of you. Well,
Let's fight this one and get you out of here. Right, thank you. She smiled at least. She looks like an entirely different person. One last question. You are innocent, right? Yes. And I trust you. So you trust me too, okay? It's a deal. So, what next? There's something that's been bugging me. Just what was inside that strange woman's drawer? It was when I tried to look into the drawer that she got all defensive. There has to be something in there. Alright, nope, nothing new we can talk about. I guess we can try and explore the drawer. The mysterious drawer. Good afternoon, sir. Excuse me, you, I beg your pardon, sir. I am the bellboy of this establishment. At your service, sir. Oh, right. I've just come up to deliver the room service, sir. Do you know where Miss May might be? I believe our guest, Miss May, is currently using the, facilities. If you've no need of anything, I'll be taking my leave. Please, stay as long as you like. Enjoy. Yeah. Wait, no, hey! Why does it seem like every time I come here, I end up embarrassing myself? Wait, now's my chance to snoop around a bit. I almost forgot. You came back quick. Might I ask you to inform Miss May that there is a message for her? Please tell her that Mr. White of Blue Corp phoned. Oh, right, sure. Mr. White of Blue Corp? Where have I heard that name? Wait, that was his name. My sister told me. White was the name of the guy who ruined me and Maya's mother. Could it be a coincidence? Well, no time for that now. We gotta explore this drawer with the mysterious item inside. There's a screwdriver sticking out that half-open drawer. Now's my chance to see what's inside. What do we have here? Wiretap? What would a woman like her be doing with a thing like this? Found in Miss May's hotel room. There's definitely something suspicious about this Miss May. I mean, her name is literally April May. That sounds fake as fuck. Anyone can see that. Why would she have something like this in her hotel room? There's a story behind all this. I know it. Alright. I'll be using this bit of evidence in tomorrow's trial, that's for sure. For Maya's sake. I'll get to this woman's bottom. Wait, I mean... You know what I mean. Oh, bellboy? Still here? Uh-oh. Time to scram. Look forward to tangoing with you tomorrow, Miss May. In court. The law type of court, not the other kind. He's not gonna court her. He's just gonna lawyer her. September 7th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 1. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Maya Fey. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Miles Edgeworth. I'd better not show any signs of weakness today, or he'll be on me in an instant. Mr. Edgeworth, please give the court your opening statement. Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant, Miss Maya Fey, was at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has evidence she committed this murder, and we have a witness who saw her do it. The prosecution sees no reason to doubt the facts of this case, Your Honor. I see. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's begin, then. If we may call our first witness, Your Honor. The prosecution calls the chief officer at the scene, Detective Gumshoe. Witness, please state your name and profession to the court. Sir, my name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm the detective in charge of homicides down at the precinct, sir. Detective Gumshoe, please describe for us the details of this murder. Very well, sir. Let me use this floor map of the office to explain. The body was found here by this window. And the cause of death? Loss of blood due to being struck by a blunt object, sir. The murder weapon was a statue of the thinker found next to the body, sir. It was heavy enough to be a deadly weapon, even in a girl's hand, sir. The court accepts the statue as evidence. Still calling it a statue.
I mean, I guess it really is a statue now, because it doesn't have the clockwork in it anymore. Now, Detective. Yes, sir. You'd immediately arrested Miss Maya Fey, who was found at the scene, correct? Can you tell me why? Yes, sir. I had hard evidence she did it, sir. Detective Gumshoe, please testify to the court about this hard evidence. Seems pretty open and shut. As soon as the phone call came in, I rushed to the scene. There was 2 people there already. The defendant, Miss Maya Fey, and the lawyer, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I immediately arrested Miss Maya Fey. Why? We had a witness account describing her. A witness saw Miss Maya Fey at the very moment of the murder. The very moment, you say? Very well, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination. How is a witness, like, observation hard evidence? There was no hard evidence in that entire testimony. Cross-examine what? I couldn't see a single contradiction in that testimony. But, hey, Maya just threw something at me. What's this? When my sister couldn't find any contradictions in a witness's testimony, she would bluff it and press the witness on every detail. The witness always slips up and says something wrong. It worked lots of times. I should have expected Maya would know some of her sister's tricks. Alright, let's give this a try. Where did she get paper and a pen? Something the matter? No, Your Honor. I'd like to begin my cross-examination. Alright, press on everything. That is the name of the game. Who'd you say you got a call from? Hey, pal, don't play dumb. You know who. The call was from a customer at the Gatewater Hotel right across from the crime scene. Okay, I pressed. Not sure it did much, though. Right, please continue. Who are these 2 people? Get to it already. Detective Gumshoe, how long would you say it took between you receiving the call and your arrival at the scene of the crime? Right. I'd say it was about 3 minutes. That's pretty fast. Our motto is this month is quick response. That's how I got there before the killer got away. Indeed. So, tell us who the 2 people you found on the scene were. Yes, sir. Miss Maya Fey and the lawyer, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Okay, let's press on that. You sure it was us? Are you absolutely sure it was us? Listen, pal, your dumb act will only get you so far. With her funky hippie clothes and your spiky hair, you 2 stand out like suspicious people at the crime scene. Well, he does have a point about her. She is pretty unmistakable. I should pick up my points to press with a little more care. Him, on the other hand, Phoenix Wright, nah, he totally blends in. Anyone could have spiky hair like that. I mean, Gumshoe has it. Edgeworth has it. Actually, no, his hair's not very spiky. You know, it could have been Edge. What if it was Gumshoe? What if he committed the murder? Why is that? What's your reason? Why we had a witness account describing her. Oh yeah? You sure about that? Hold on just 1 second. Yeah? If I heard correctly, you said you arrested her because you had hard evidence she did it, correct? Huh? Did I say that? Me? I heard you say it. You did say it. You said it. Exactly what about this suspicious woman in pink's claim was hard evidence? What? Miss May isn't suspicious and she sure isn't pink, pal. Well, I guess she is pink. That's enough, Detective Gumshoe. Do you have any more solid proof other than her claims, Detective? I guess pressing can have its advantages. Yes. Sorry, I got the order of things mixed up in my testimony, Your Honor, sir. It was something I should have told you about first, Your Honor. Very well, Detective. Let's hear your testimony again. What's with these people and, like, never telling it straight right off the bat? You know, we would save so much time if they just told everything up front. After securing the suspect, I examined the scene of the crime with my own eyes. I found a memo written with on a piece of paper next to the victim's body. On it, the word Maya was written clearly in blood. Lab test results show that the blood was the victim's. Also, there was blood on the victim's finger. Before she died, the victim wrote the killer's name. How you like that? That's my hard evidence.
Before we begin cross-examination, I have a question for you, Detective.
Your Honor?
Why did you testify about this vital piece of evidence the first time?
I know. I'm a real embarrassed I forgot about it, Your Honor, sir.
Try to be more careful. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Alright, so where are we pressing on this one? You examined it with your own eyes, so what did you all see at the crime scene? Did you find any evidence? Now, don't jump the gun on me, pal. Just listen, I'm getting to the good part. The part where you, like, found your hard evidence. Found a memo written on a piece of paper next to the victim's body, okay. Just because you found it next to the body doesn't mean the victim wrote it. Then who did write it, smarty pants?
Who? I did.
It could have been me. What? So it was you? No. I'm just saying it could have been me. Can you prove it wasn't? Hold on. So you admit to this? You admit that you wrote the note? Listen to me, Mr. Wright. This is a court of law. I expect you to refrain from making thoughtless statements. Amateur. Well, detective, tell us what was written on that memo you found. It was written clearly in blood. Are we sure it was blood and not like paint? Or, I don't know, a marker exploded in her hand? Maybe it was ketchup. Did you try tasting it? You have proof it was me who wrote that. Of course I do, pal. Uh-oh. You sounded pretty confident. This might not be good. Oh, it was the victim's blood, sure, but again, we need to go back here a little bit. Can you prove she wrote it? What kind of tests were these again? Huh? What kind? Well, I would take the little bits in the blood, the hemoglobin bobbin. I refuse to testify this matter, pal. I'm no expert on blood tests.
Yes, that much was quite clear. You may continue with your testimony.
Thanks, pal. I mean, Your Honor, sir. Detective Gumshoe. Yeah? I look forward to your next evaluation, as should you. Oh. That was a mess. Right. Where was I? Blood found on the victim's finger, okay. And whose blood was that? On which hand was the bloody finger, detective? The right hand. She was right-handed. Nice try. Uh-oh. I guess it wasn't too hard to see where I was getting at there. The victim wrote the killer's name. You sure you can prove that? You seem so sure about it, but where's this hard evidence I was told you had? Detective Gumshoe, do you get a lot of cases where the victim actually writes the killer's name? Sir, that happens all the time in the books and the movies. This isn't a movie, detective. Let's talk about reality, shall we? I guess I haven't heard of many cases. No. Don't you find it a little odd the victim would write down a name? Especially the name of her own sister? Yeah. Actually, you got a point, pal. Stop right there. The witness's opinion on the matter is irrelevant. The facts are clear. The victim wrote down the name of the accused. The victim told us the name of her killer. And we know this is a fact because... Order! Order! That didn't go so well. That's right. What he said. That's his whole testimony. Okay, there has to be a contradiction there somewhere. Let's find it. Alright, so what do we have for evidence? Let's take a look at the evidence first. So we have the name of the supposed killer. We have the floor pans. We have a wiretap, but I don't think that's relevant. We have the weapon itself. Some sort of glass, which apparently was not involved in the killing. And also the autopsy, which states something very interesting here. Let's see if we can find the appropriate quote to present this on. Right, there's a victim's blood on the finger. She wrote the killer's name. That's interesting because I'd like to know how that was possible, considering she died instantly. She must be a very fast writer. Detective Gumshoe, there's one thing I want you to clarify for me here. You say the victim, Mia Fey, wrote this note, that she was accusing the defendant, Maya Fey? That's really what you're saying. What? This isn't one of those lawyer tricks now, is it? Of course she wrote it. Who else could have? You have it backwards, detective. Backwards? The victim is the only person who absolutely could not have written it. This is a report from your department, detective. Immediate death due to a blow from a blunt object. She died immediately. But... no butting your way out of this one, detective. Order! Order! The defense has a point. Someone who died immediately wouldn't have had the time to write anything down. Mr. Wright, I beg your pardon, but when exactly did you obtain that autopsy report? When? It was the day after the murder. It was the day after the murder. The prosecution's point being... that autopsy report is outdated, Your Honor. What? A second autopsy was performed yesterday at my request. Death was almost immediate due to a blunt blow from a blunt object. But there is a possibility the victim lived for several minutes after the blow. I received these results this morning. No way! Your Honor, it's quite easy to imagine that the victim did have time to write Maya. That is all. Oh, I see. Damn you, Edgeworth. I should have known you'd have something up your sleeve. Literal ace up his sleeve, or should I say autopsy report. Certainly won't be the last time we'll be seeing that one. Why, Mr. Wright, you look shocked. Something you want to say? I'm a sham. Mr. Edgeworth, I've heard there's nothing you won't do to get your verdict. What reason could you possibly have had to request a second autopsy report? Mr. Wright, the defense will refrain from personal attacks on the prosecution. No matter, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, say what you will, the evidence in this report is undeniable. Your Honor, I submit this report to the court. Understood. The court accepts the evidence. Died from a blow by a blunt object, may have lived for a few minutes after being hit. How convenient. Well, Your Honor, the evidence strongly suggests the victim was identifying the killer. I suppose that's the obvious conclusion, yes. Darn, this isn't good. The prosecution would like to call its next witness. This poor innocent girl saw the murder with her own eyes. Maya, now's your chance. That's you. Let the witness Miss April May take the stand. Exactly what part of her is innocent? Should she be, like, thrown out for inappropriate clothing here or something? Just anything to get her off the stand here, you know? Just completely make her, whatever potential testimony she would give, insubmissible. Witness, your name, please. April May, at your service. Like, look at that. That's not appropriate clothing for a court trial. Order. An introduction should not require any reaction from the crowd. The witness will refrain from wanton wicking. Ah, yes, Your Honor. This is not good. She's already captured the heart of every man in this courtroom. Tell us, where were you on the night of September 5th when the murder occurred?
Gee, I was like in my hotel room. I checked in right after lunch.
And this hotel is directly across from the Fei & Co. law offices.
That's right, big boy. Please testify to the court about what you saw. It was like 9 o'clock at night. I looked out the window, you know. And then, ooh, I saw a woman with long hair being attacked. The one attacking her was the mousy girl sitting in the defendant's chair. Then the woman, like, dodged to one side and ran away. That girl, she caught up to her and she hit her. Then the woman with the long hair, she kind of slumped. And that's all I saw. Every little bitsy witsy.
Well, Your Honor,
I see. It is a remarkably solid testimony. I don't see a need to trouble the witness any...
Wait, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
What about my cross-examination?
I thought the witness's testimony just now was quite firm. Didn't you?
Mr. Wright, I understand you were Miss Mia Fey's understudy, were you not? You must know her techniques well. Her cowardly way of finding the faults and tiny faults in perfectly good testimonies. Hey, how dare you?
Mr. Wright, will you cross-examine the witness?
Fuck yeah, I'm doing it. I'll gladly proceed with the cross-examination. Only because I have a feeling Edgeworth doesn't want me to. She has to have some weakness.
Very well, you may begin your cross-examination.
I'm already thinking there's a couple details here that don't sound quite right. 9 o'clock at night, eh? How did you know it was 9 o'clock? Why did you do that?
Huh? Why? Like, why what?
Why did you look out the window? Were you expecting to see something?
Oh, well, gee.
What, that's it? She can't get out of this question that easily.
I sort of, you know... I had a feeling.
Well, I have a feeling she's trying to avoid the question. Maybe I should press a little harder on this one. Let's see how far I can run with this. Surely you must have had a reason to look out your window at that time of night.
Ooh.
Mr. Wright, I will not have you badgering my witness. Badgering? You insist on needling her with these trivial questions. I really don't think it should be allowed. Are we sure we can't, like, hold her in contempt of court here for her outfit? I mean, it's clearly affecting everyone's judgment of the trial. Surely anyone in this courtroom can see that.
Order! Mr. Wright, you have been warned.
Poor girl. What about poor me? You look out the window. What did you see next? Saw a woman with long hair being attacked. Don't they both have long hair? How do you know which one that is? The woman with long hair, was that Mia Fey?
Slender, sort of. Well, some people might say pretty, if that's your thing.
Your thing? And the person attacking her? So she really thinks it was Maya that did it. How do you know she was the defendant?
Huh? Well, you know, she had a girlish physique. Women know these things. Look, I just know, okay?
There's only one person at the scene of the crime with a short, girlish figure. The testimony is bulletproof, Your Honor. He's right. Question this testimony. Hold on a minute. That testimony stinks.
What?
Miss May, I'm willing to bet that... Did you really see the defendant at all?
Mr. Wright, what's the meaning of this?
Yes, what's the meaning? Someone tell me, because I'm clueless. About this, I mean. Okay. If you had really witnessed my client, Maya Fey, you would have noticed her clothes before noticing her physique. No one wears clothes like this on a daily basis, except her. and I'm no expert on fashion, but her hairdo looks far from normal to me. However, the witness's testimony mentions neither of these things. The testimony is bogus. That is like the most insane reach I've ever heard. But I guess that's his job as a defense attorney.
But still, we don't know if she was dressed that way the night of the murder.
She was, Your Honor. I saw her. And so did Detective Gumshoe. What do you say to that, Miss May?
What are you trying to say, you mean lawyer? I saw what I saw. I just didn't think all the trifling little details are necessary, darling. Miss May, the court would like to remind you to please omit nothing in your testimony. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll be a good girl. I promise. Your testimony again, if you would.
Almost had her. It's okay, now we have more things to poke at fun of, or poke in her face.
I did see everything. I did! The victim, the woman, dodged the first attack and ran off to the right. Then the girl in the hippie clothes ran after her. And she hit her with that weapon. I saw it. I did. That clock, a kind of statue clock, the thinker, I think. Well, does the accuracy of my report not startle you?
How did you know it was a clock?
I see. I only wish you had been so detailed from the beginning. Please begin the cross-examination.
So she says she saw everything. She's very insistent on this. So you saw me then too?
Of course. I'd remember that spiky hair anywhere.
How in the world could you tell it's a clock from across the street? Exactly. We're getting to that.
Witness will refrain from personal attacks on the defense attorney. Oh, was I a bad girl? I'm sorry. Very well. Continue.
Dodged the first attack and ran off to the right. Is that right as in your right, as you looked from the hotel?
Which hand do I hold my knife in again? Oh, right. It was my right hand. Right?
Satisfied, Mr. Wright? Please continue. Girl in the hippie clothes ran after her. How convenient for you to remember her hippie clothes.
That's what she was wearing. Oh, and her hair was all done up like a bun. What happened then?
You hit her with that weapon. I saw it. I did. You sure you saw it happen? Where did this weapon come from?
She picked it up from the desk.
I see. What sort of weapon was it? Clock. How did you know it was a clock? A clock? Didn't this come up in another testimony recently?
Well, don't look so sour, Mr. Lawyer. You can't win them all.
No, but I have a feeling I'm onto something now. This one we want. Right here. Ah, yes. Looks like a statue, but it's actually a clock. Now, thing is, though, it was a clock. It's not a clock anymore. I think this is the right thing to use. There's two items here it could be. I think this one's first. No, this is the right one, yeah. Miss May, what you said just now is quite revealing.
Revealing? Ooh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Naughty Mr. Lawyer.
You just said the statue of the thinker was a clock, but there's no way of knowing that just by looking at it. Another person in much the same position as you recently called this a clock too, and he was found guilty of murder. Order! Order! Miss May, can you explain how you know this was a clock?
Ooh.
The witness saw the murder with her own eyes. That's all that's important here. The defense is trying to confuse the issue with trivial concerns. Yes, of course. You will withdraw your question, Mr. Wright. But questions are all I have, Your Honor. And as you may recall, I've caught murderers with these questions before. Well, only once. You can't deny that one. Objection sustained. You may continue to question the witness. That was close. If he stopped me there, trial would be over.
Huh? What? So what happens now?
What happens now is you answer my question. How did you know it was a clock?
What? That's, because I heard it?
You heard it. Now why would you think you would hear a clock?
Yes, I heard it. It said the time.
So, you've been to the law offices of Fei & Co.
No, hey, I didn't say that. Why would I go there? I heard it from my hotel room.
The law offices of Fei & Co, where the murder took place, is very close to the hotel. She could easily have heard the clock.
Well, Mr. Wright, are you satisfied?
No, Your Honor. Can't give up now. I'm not satisfied because it couldn't have rung. Your Honor, members of the court. It is inconceivable the clock in question rang. Let's say this one. Its MT could actually have ramifications. I think it's broken. That clock's busted. You think? Just look at it. Your Honor, please examine the clock. Oh. See anything interesting, Your Honor?
Well, I'm not sure I would call this broken, but I doubt it could ring. This clock is missing its clockwork. It's quite empty.
Okay, empty would have worked. I thought the papers were still inside and we were gonna, like, get caught on that.
Mr. Wright, would you care to explain to the court the meaning of this?
It is as you can see. The clock was empty. It couldn't have rung. Therefore, this witness is a big fat liar.
Fat?
Well, Miss May.
Tisk tisk.
Quite a show you put on for us, Mr. Wright. He knew the clock was empty. Somehow, he knew. I'm afraid you've forgotten one thing, however. Indeed, the clock is empty, as you say. It can't ring. However, we must ask, when was the clockwork removed? If it was after the witness heard the clock, then there's no contradiction.
That's true. That is a possibility. The clock might have been emptied after she heard it.
And that is exactly what happened, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Wright, can you prove when the clockwork was removed?
Shouldn't that be Edgeworth's job? He was the one that literally just said that's what happened. Isn't that now fallen to him to prove that it was removed after she heard it?
Impossible, of course.
I have proof. What? Wasn't it you who told me proof is everything? Well, I was listening. And now I'll show you the proof you like so much. The evidence that proves when the clockwork was removed is this phone call. Oh, we didn't need to check it. I'm sure we'll do plenty of that in a moment. Take a look at this.
That's a very cute cell phone. Ooh, you have a girly phone.
Oh, wait, this isn't my phone. Listen, this is the defendant's cell phone, and it contains a recording. A recording of a conversation she had with the victim on the day of the murder.
Order! Order!
The defendant's cell phone? This wasn't brought to my attention. Perhaps Detective Gumshoe overlooked it? A good detective better remember he's up for evaluation soon. I gotta say, I'm starting to feel bad for the big fella. Let's hear the conversation.
So you just want me to hold on to the tinker for you then?
If you could.
I should probably tell you the clock isn't talking right now.
Huh? It's not working.
That's lame.
I had to take out the clockwork. Sorry. September 5th, 9:27 a.m. That's a loud beep. Your Honor, I think this makes it clear the clockwork was already gone by the time this was recorded. Which was well before the witness even arrived at her hotel. Well, Miss May, would you care to explain this to the court? Just how did you know that the weapon was a clock?
Well, isn't it obvious? I saw that clock before. What store was that again? I go to so many. Oops, I forgot. The witness had seen it before. That would make sense. Does the defense have any objections, Mr. Wright?
Yeah. What store did you see it at? And how did it end up there? The witness claims she had seen it before, but this directly contradicts a piece of evidence already submitted to this court.
Well then, let's see it. Please produce this evidence that will prove the witness had not seen the clock before.
Yeah, that would be the clock itself. It's simple. This clock was never in any store, ever.
What?
A friend of mine made that clock. Only 2 exist in the world, and the one that isn't here is in police custody.
Impossible. Everything is sold in stores.
Where do you think the things in the stores come from, Miss May? Miss May, I think it's high time you went shopping for a better excuse. Oh, excuse is not on sale today. Shit, she went Super Saiyan.
What's it to you, porcupine head? That stupid clock doesn't matter, okay? She did it, and she should die for it. Die!
Man, why do you want her dead so bad? What'd she do to you?
Oh, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is a court of law, and the witness will remain calm. Oh, silly me. Did I, lose it? I guess I did. Scary. Miss May, let me ask. Tell me, how did you know the weapon was a clock?
How in the world could... This is exactly like the first case? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's even funnier because, like, she didn't even know about the first case. And she's making all the exact same mistakes the other guy did.
Oh dear. Does this defense have an opinion on this behavior?
Okay, this is it. Yes, Your Honor. Allow me to explain how I see the truth of the matter. Miss April May, you knew the weapon was a clock because... you held it. It's the only explanation. She clearly didn't hear about it because she only shops at stores and those stores wouldn't have had the clock. This is familiar territory. I'll just use the same approach as with Larry. Miss May held that very clock in her hands.
Mr. Wright, when was this?
When she used it to strike the victim. When else? That's quite the accusation there. I thought Maya was the killer.
Order! Order! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
April May, you killed Mia Fey, I say. And when you struck, the force of the impact made the thinker ring. That's when you heard it. Wait, didn't we just finish establishing that was impossible? Tisk tisk. You truly are a work of art, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? What's that supposed to mean? It was you who just proved the thinker was empty. Oh, of course it wouldn't ring. What's more, the witness has a rock-solid alibi. Miss May, perhaps you could explain to the poor, misguided Mr. Wright that you were in the hotel at the time of the murder? She can't prove it. She did it. Actually, can't she prove it? Because Phoenix also saw her in the hotel at the time of the murder? Then it couldn't be her?
It would be my pleasure.
No way.
Yes way, Mr. Lawyer. And the murder take place at 9 at night? Gee, that's the exact time I ordered some room service from the hotel bellboy.
Incidentally, the bellboy corroborates the witness's story. Ergo, she was not at the crime scene. Rock solid.
Mr. Wright, you've just made a serious accusation against a perfectly innocent woman.
Sorry, Your Honor. That didn't go so well. But if that's the case, then how did she know the thinker was a clock? Wait. Your Honor, I figured it out. There is one other way Miss April May could have known it was a clock. One way alone, and I have proof.
Well, proof you say? Then the court will examine your proof, Mr. Wright. How did the witness know the thinker was a clock?
Have a look at this.
Ooh, that? Hey. I found this in Miss May's room. Mr. Wright, please explain to the court what this is. Miss April May, you were tapping the victim, Miss Mia Fey's phone, were you not? Ooh. Your Honor, this is irrelevant. I'm not entirely sure it is. Objection overruled. It troubles me that our witness was in possession of a wiretap. This is outrageous. Does this defense truly claim that the witness was tapping her phone? Absolutely. Even if that were the case, which it's not, you still have to prove one thing. Did the victim ever say that the weapon was a clock on the phone? Can you prove that? I think not. Oh yeah? I think I can. It's simple. What? Here's my proof. Proof that the victim said on the phone that the weapon was a clock is... Well, would that be, you know, the phone call? I think that was in here somewhere, wasn't it? It's a statue, and it tells the time. It said it was a clock. There you go. Right there in black and white. I present the defendant's cell phone. Yes, we've seen that. Listen once more to the conversation between the defendant and the victim. Mia, what's up? You haven't called in a while. Well, actually, there's something I want you to hold on to for me. Again? What's it this time? It's a clock. It's made to look like that statue, the thinker, and it tells you the time. Miss April May, you used a wiretap to listen to this conversation. That's how you knew the thinker was a clock. Am I wrong? Your Honor, this is ridiculous. Your Honor, look at the witness's face. Does she seem amused to you? The defense demands an answer. Witness, answer the question. Did you tap her phone? Miss May. Shut up, all of you. What gives you the right to talk to me like that? You lawyer. It's not fair. All of you ganging up on me like that? Oh, so I'm the bad girl, is that it? Is that it? I did it. The court's seen the real Miss April May now. Now to deal a final blow. Miss May, why did you tap her phone? Answer the question. Do I have to? Isn't this a murder trial? Isn't tippity-tapping, irrelevant? She's saying exactly what Edgeworth wants her to say. Miss May, you were tapping the victim's phone. I hardly call that irrelevant. While this court does not condone the defense's tone of voice, he has a point. Well, Miss May, do you have an explanation for the court? At the time of the murder, I was in my hotel room getting room service. How could I have killed her? If you don't believe me, just ask the bellboy. Does the defense have anything to say? Well... Oh, come on, think of something. Alright, let's talk to the bellboy then. It seems to be a very important witness in this case. The defense would like to call the hotel bellboy as a witness. There's something suspicious here, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I think you've sunk in quite low enough already. I object to calling the bellboy. Why? What's your reason? Because I hold the way wiretapping has nothing to do with the killing. Isn't this like Phoenix's witness? Can't he call whoever the fuck he wants? However, if you agree to on one condition, I'll consent to calling this witness. Condition? If Miss April May's alibi is not called into question after you examine the bellboy, then you will recognize that Miss April May was not the killer. Thus, she is innocent. And thereby, you must also accept the verdict of guilty for Miss Maya Fey. That is my condition. Yeah, but we won't have proven anything there. Why would we accept that? The first part, fine. I can get that. What? I better find something suspicious in that bellboy's testimony. Otherwise, Maya will be declared guilty on the spot. What should I do? Fine. I mean, if the only other option is give up, obviously we're not taking that. Alright, I've got nothing to lose, except for, well, everything.
Understood. I accept your condition.
Fool, you fell right into my trap.
Uh-oh.
Wait. Very well. The court calls the hotel bellboy to the stand.
I believe we're ready for the witness to testify. He certainly does look like a bellboy. Yeah, he even brought tea and cookies for everyone. How nice of him. He's gonna bribe the jury with his tea and cookies? Yes, sir. I received your summons in the middle of work, sir. I'm happy to be of service.
That teaser looks rather heavy, so without further ado, the witness may begin his testimony.
Very good, sir. Let's talk about that room service. This so-called room service. I am the head bellboy at the fine Gatewater Hotel, in business for 4 generations. I believe I received a call after 8 in the evening from our guest, Miss May. She asked for an iced coffee to be brought to her at 9 o'clock on the dot, sir. I brought it to her at precisely the requested time, of course. And I delivered the iced coffee to our guest, Miss May herself. Seems like that's not the only thing she received.
I see. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Right. I'm ready. I hope. This is it. If I can't prove Miss May was involved with the murder now, Maya will be finished. Alright, let's pick apart this guy's testimony. Like he picked apart her while delivering that iced coffee. What exactly is it you do at the hotel? Why, anything required of me, sir. I check in guests, I check out guests. Yeah, he checks out guests, alright. I clean rooms, I make beds. I even deliver room service, sir. I check Miss May in personally. Are you always so prim?
Mr. Wright, you will refrain from asking frivolous questions.
After 8 in the evening, for an iced coffee. Are you sure it was Miss May on the phone? Absolutely, sir. How can you be so certain? I checked Miss May in personally, sir. Not only did I see her in all her stunning radiance, but I also heard her voice. And then I saw them, and I... The point being, I remembered her quite well, sir.
Yes, what then?
Why would someone need an iced coffee at exactly 9 p.m.? 9 o'clock on the dot, you say? Yes, I confirmed that detail several times. She was watching a program on the TV and wished to drink after she finished, sir. 9 o'clock, the time of the murder. I guess she wanted it for the real show. Precisely 9 o'clock then. Precisely, exactly, and most definitely, sir, 9 o'clock p.m. How can you be so sure? Miss May was quite insistent that it be brought then. Oh, bellboy, I'd like iced coffee at exactly 9 p.m. It's something like that, sir. Therefore, I knocked on her door at the crack of 9, sir. Why would she be so particular about the time? And he delivered it himself. Are you sure you're the one who delivered it? Are you sure it was Miss Maple May herself? Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Yes, sir. As in, so very absolutely, sir. It's an endearing mannerism of mine. How come you're so very certain? Well, then I brought the room service, sir. I see the guest, sir, favored me with an embarrasser, sir. Embarrasser? Is that French for embrace? It's French for kiss, sir. But not a French kiss, sir. More of a peck on the cheek. Why would she have done that? I believe perhaps she was momentarily swayed by my prim demeanor, sir. It was a moment I shall never ever forget, sir. Sounds pretty fishy to me. I think our Miss May was up to something and wanted the bellboy to remember her. It's no good. There's nothing there. Is that it? Tisk tisk. Finally you understand. This bellboy has absolutely no reason to lie. Now, if you have any decency, you will end this rather tedious cross-examination here. It was a bit tedious. The witness may leave the stand. Can't let this happen. Can I? Can't give up now? Wait! Please wait! Yes? Does the defense have something to add? One last question. Let me ask one last question. Your Honor, I must object. This charade of justice has gone on long enough. Now, Mr. Edgeworth. All right, Mr. Wright. I'll give you one more question, that's all. Okay. This is really it now. This is my last chance. What do I ask him about? What do we ask about check-in? We haven't really talked about check-in. We talked about room service. I don't think we need to talk about bed making after that interesting testimony. Let's go for check-in. Tell me about check-in. Tell me about when you checked in, Miss May. Oh, all right. Very well, sir. My first thought was that she was a beautiful, beautiful person. She's just my type of girl, so it was a disappointment, really. I see. Excuse me, what exactly was a disappointment? Well, I am not without charm, sir, but even I'd have a little chance with her lover there. What did he say? What did you say? Rather, quite. Bellboy, tell us the truth now. Did Miss May check in with another person? That's certainly a detail that never came up before. I object. That was objectionable. Objection overruled. The witness will answer the question. Yes, I see. Why did you not mention this in your testimony? Ooh, well, sir, you didn't ask. Nice try. That's the sort of thing you're normally supposed to mention. Ah, yes, quite. Indeed. It was the, barrister there, Mr. Edgeworth, who... Yes, we'd have to mention it if I wasn't specifically asked, sir. You fool. I mean, he probably never said not to say why he couldn't say it. To be fair. I've done it. I've won. Miss April May checked into a twin room with a man, correct? Yes, sir. Then, when you brought them room service, you didn't see that man in the room? That's right, sir. Your Honor, we have just learned of another person involved who may have been the murderer. In light of this new fact, I hold that it's impossible to judge the defendant. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? And who, Mr. Wright? Who is this other person? Simple. It was... the man with Miss May. The man who checked in with Miss May. Your Honor, as has been previously revealed, Miss April May was tapping the victim's phone. Yet Miss May herself has an alibi at the time of the murder. However, that does not clear the man that was with her. The bellboy saw no one else in the room at the time of the murder. My, what a convenient little setup. But it's too late. Too late? I suppose you'd like it if it was too late, wouldn't you? After all, it was you who hid the presence of the other man from this court. Upstart. Amateur. These accusations are ludicrous. Enough! The court acknowledges the defense's argument. I expect the prosecution and defense to look into this matter fully. Am I understood? Yes. Yes, Your Honor. That is all today for the trial of Maya Fey. Court is adjourned. And just when Edgeworth thought he had us. September 7th, 2:24 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Mr. Wright, you're amazing in there. Really? I think I might be your newest fan. Oh, I was just doing my job, you know. Then again, that other attorney was pretty cool too.
Huh? That face of his, with his eyes wide and trembling lips, it sent shivers up my spine. If you say so. So, what happens with me? Do I get to go home now? Well... No, I don't think so. Not yet. Oh, I see. But I got a great lead in today's trial. A lead? That man with Miss May. He's the key. Oh, I get it. What happened to Miss May after that, anyway? I heard they arrested her. I guess she's learning her charms won't work everywhere. She's probably at the detention center now. May have to go down there later. Anyway, this case is far from closed. Yes, sir. I'm gonna find out more about this man. Do you think he was the one who... Maybe so. What's this? Don't worry. I'll find him by tomorrow. I promise. I'm counting on you. I asked for a full record of April May's testimony. I thought it might come in handy during the trial tomorrow. But now that I have it, I'm not so sure. Most of her testimony was all lies. In fact, there's only one part that hasn't been stricken from the record. The victim dodged an attack, then ran to the right, but she was caught and struck. That's the only part that's like even conceivably possible for her to have seen. I don't know how much good this will do to me at all now. Anyway, time to hit the pavement and do some investigating. Maya doesn't belong in that detention center, and it's up to me to set her free. Alright, let's see if we can find this man. I think we can try and finish off this case. These things do get longer, but that's not for a couple cases. September 7th, 3:11 p.m. Detention Center. Visitor's Room. Well, hello. I didn't expect anyone to visit me in such a dank place as this. It's really quite moving. Not. You stinking lawyer. I hope you die. Have you come to laugh? Yes, laugh at the fallen Miss May. No, not really. There's something I want to ask. Unfortunately, there's nothing I want to be asked. Have you done enough questioning, you spiky head? Here we go again. Please, you're scaring the security guard. Look how scared he is. Like, he's not even looking at her. He was probably eyeing her up this entire time until she pulled that face. And he's like, nope, not dealing with that shit. So, what is it you wish to ask me then? For starters, how did you get to be so totally whacked? About the man who stayed with you in your hotel room. Can you tell me about him? Where is he? Come on. No way, Jose. Maybe if I had something to get her to talk. Why did you place a wiretap on Mia's phone? Ah, when you say it like that, it sounds so cold, so criminal. Tapping people's phones is a crime, Miss May. Oh, and I suppose you learned that in lawyer school, Creep. Someone's impossible to talk to. Say, why are you so angry? I mean, you don't look like a bad person. Ooh, that does it, bottom fiend scum-sucking lawyer. Bottom? I can't tell. Does she have a thing against lawyers, or just me? Do we have anything that we could present to her as evidence? Try and get her to talk about the wiretap? I don't think we really do. Aside from the wiretap itself. Well, let's start at the top here. Looks like forensics is taking the day off today. Detective Gumshoe's nowhere in sight. The police really gave this place a working over. I doubt there are any valuable clues left. Suppose it can't hurt to take a look around, though. There's one thing I wouldn't mind seeing. Can we... Oh, we can't actually switch scenes, can we? Nah. I guess there's not really anything here, then. I guess maybe the hotel next? Ah, welcome, sir. Quite the performance today, if I dare say so myself. Oh, thanks. Sorry for putting you on the spot like that. No, not at all, sir. Your efforts today can only help the Gatewaters rep, as they say. Huh? Rep? Yes, our reputation will swell as the hotel where the murderer used the wiretap. If we can charge a premium for the room, of course. It'll be great for business, sir.
Whoa, whoa. Miss May hasn't been charged with murder.
I, too, will become famous. The bellboy who brought the murderer iced coffee.
Why do I feel like we're both stuck in the same bad dream?
So, you're our honored guest. Please let me know if there's anything I can bring you.
How about some information? Can you bring me that? About Miss May.
Oh, her? Sir, not to boast, for I knew the moment I saw her. She'd do it, I said.
Do what? I'm starting to think the most suspicious person here is this guy. I wanted to ask you about the man who was with Miss May.
Ah, yes. He struck me as a real lady killer, if you'll pardon the expression. I knew it from the moment I saw him, sir. He and I are of the same ilk. We both carry the scent of danger.
There we are in total agreement, Mr. Psycho Bellboy.
If you had a photo of that man, I'm quite sure I could identify him.
A photo? I don't think we have that. The only photo we have is, well, actually, I don't even know if it's really a photo of the floor. Could you tell me about this hotel?
Absolutely. And on that subject, I have an excellent idea, sir. Currently, this hotel is known as the Gatewater. I propose that we add a subtitle.
A subtitle?
The Gatewater Hotel Murder Manor. Well, what do you think?
Sounds great. Whatever floats your tea set. So we had a photo. We might be able to tell him or ask him about the real murderer or the potentially real murderer. Oh. There seems to be something missing from this room. I can't quite put my finger on it. Huh. Looks like Grossberger's out today. Again. Maybe he's avoiding me for some reason. Wait a second. Wasn't there a giant painting here on that wall? Nah, you're just imagining things, Phoenix. Yeah, it was a painting of, Oh, is it a fisherman? I don't know. Was never sure what that was supposed to be. Didn't look like a fisherman to me. I didn't really see any, like, fishing equipment. Wasn't a very memorable painting anyhow. Hey, what's this doing here? What's this? Old photos? The 2-line here. Something's been written in pencil on the backs. DL6 Instant, Exhibit A, and Exhibit B. Let's take a look at these. I'm sure I've seen this person somewhere. Perhaps I'll borrow this photo. I'm sure no one will miss just one little photo. Yeah, definitely not, you know, something that's marked as, like, potentially evidence, and that you're literally stealing it from some guy's office. I'm sure it'll be perfectly fine. It might be a valuable clue. I'll take it for now. On the back, the words DL6 Instant, Exhibit A are written in pencil. Photo lies on the desk. Maybe I should switch it with the one I took. Yeah, you know what? I think we should swap the photos. Because, you know, Phoenix has, like, so much stuff in his pockets, he can't take both of them. Maybe we could, you know, it was a man that apparently checked in with, Miss May. What if we show him the picture of this man? At least this looks like a man. A very dapper fella. Take a look at this photo.
That's him, detective.
I'm the lawyer.
Oh, I know that. I just wanted to say detective once. You know how it is.
No, I don't.
Without a doubt, that is the man who checked in with Miss April May. How about I write an affidavit swearing that that's him?
An affidavit? This guy's way too excited about this. But yeah, sure, write it. Well, sure, why not?
Yes, I've always wanted to write an affidavit, sir. Henceforth I'll be known as the bellboy who swore the affidavit.
Just hurry up and write it. Describes the man who stayed with Miss May at the hotel on the night of the murder. Not even Miss May can play dumb to this. You know, if only we had room for this affidavit and the other photo. Wouldn't that be nice? Real shame we just don't have the room for 2 photos.
You again? Could you take a hint and stay gone?
Hey, the only reason I'm back here is because you won't talk to me.
Ooh, so it's my fault now? You don't just have spiky hair, you also have a spiky heart. That does it. When this case is done, I'm shaving my head.
Ah, yes, Phoenix Wright, the bald attorney. Hey, what do you have to say about this man? Have a look at this.
Look, I've said it several times, I'm not telling you. Where did you...
Aha, a reaction. This is him, isn't it?
What? Who? When? Why?
It is him. This is the man who stayed with you in your hotel room the night of the murder.
No, that's not right.
Nice try, Miss Cooperative.
Do you have proof that was him?
Yeah,
Proof? Show me proof.
I'm so close. Alright, got proof. I can give you proof. How's this for proof? Would you have a look at this?
What's that?
The bellboy's a fit of it. It tells us everything he saw, such as the man you checked in with, who was most definitely this guy. Now I'm getting somewhere. Nah, I'm gonna push her hard. She deserves it. This is it. All or nothing. Time to do a little bluff. No use playing dumb, if indeed that's an act. If you don't talk, I'm taking this info to the press.
What?
Even though he should have been witness to murder, your little friend was missing. I'm sure the press would have a field day with this reputation.
Ooh, fine. I'll talk. You win, lawyer.
Yes. Man, that felt good. It's great to be alive.
Why are you pumping your fists in the air?
Now, tell me about the man you were with.
That man, he's my boss. Red White, the president of the information gathering conglomerate Blue Corps.
Red? White?
Information gathering? Well, I suppose you could call it a detective agency.
So this is the man that was with you the night of the murder.
I'm scared to talk. I don't want to end up like her.
It's okay. I'll just ask Mr. White himself. Can you tell me where his Blue Corp is located? Mr. Red White, at last. Finally, a lead on this guy. If April May couldn't have done it, that leaves him. Time to take action. Bellboy's a fit of it, discarded. That's fine, we probably don't need it anyways. Oh. Hey, that's cool. That guy likes the same kind of paintings Grossberg does. You know, I wonder what happened to Grossberg's painting. It's weird how it just disappeared like that. What's with the surreal decor? Welcome! Please furnish me with the title of your personage. What the? Your name? What's your name? I was just inquiringly asking the title that you go by. Wright. Phoenix Wright. Inquirably? Mr. Wright, is it? Right. I see. Splendiferous! Perhaps I've intimidated you with my giantesque vocabulary. What is this guy's problem? I'm Red White, CEO of Blue Corp. You know, corporate expansion official. My business dealings with bring me into contact with the elite of the elite. So I'm afraid I am not used to conversing with the worldly challenged. What a fruitcake. Let me guess. You are an attorney fresh out of law school, are you not? That's the only explanation for why you would come to me like this. What does he mean by that? No matter. So, what business does a mighty lawyer have with a man such as myself? Yipes, this guy's arrogance meter's off the scale. Well, we gotta talk to him. Miss May is an employee of Blue Corps, is she not? Correct. She was my secretariat. What a shock it was to hear what she has done. What she has done? You mean the wiretap? Indeed. She is paid to answer phones. Tapping them is not in her job description. She does gather information for us as part of her duties. But I assure you, we do not condone illegal methods. It is ineffable that she would do this. Sounds like he's trying to turn Miss May into a scapegoat. On the night of the murder, were you in April May's hotel room? Who can say? I seldom pay attention to mundane details such as time and place. You sound just like that newspaper salesman. My motto is, don't worry, be happy. Still, Mr. White, the hotel bellboy has stated on the record that he does remember you very clearly. No matter. The bellboy can say what he pleases. I still won't talk to you. If you want me to speak, put me on the witness stand. Although I doubt you'd be capable of doing that. It raises a good question, actually. Why didn't the prosecution call him as a witness? He should have seen the same thing as April May. The police, the courts. To me, they are mere toys, playthings for my amusement. What kind of company is Blue Core anyway? Excellent question. We buy and sell various kinds of information. We are a company of the future, you might say. We are the future. Sell information? In just 10 years, I built this business up into the grand office you see now. In case you were wondering, Blue Corp was named after the color blue. I, Red White of Blue Corp, as founder and CEO, named it so. And why, you ask? Because I like the color blue, of course. Yes, that's why he has so much blue in his office. Notice how blue is like the one color that's missing? I mean, he has it on his tie, but that's it. That's the only blue in this entire room. I guess the sky is blue. That's green. I will refuse to argue that the diamonds on the vase in the back corner are blue. Fantabulistic, is it not? There's something that's been bothering me. Yes, what might that be? The big painting on the wall over there. You know, I feel like I've seen it before. You know, I've actually seen that painting before. Oh? Just yesterday, actually. Your point being? My point is simple. Rather, my question is simple. Why is that painting hanging on your wall? Mr. Wrong, was it? Right. It appears you don't fully grasp your position here. I ask again, who are you? A lawyer? No, my feeble friend, a mere lawyer. Worth nothing, zilch, zippo, nada. Just like that soy excuse for an attorney, Grotty Burger. What? Oh my god. Fucking beat the shit out of him. You punched me. Well, Mr. Lawyer, what will you do, eh? Charge me with assault? Charge away. I welcome it, for it is you who will be found guilty. What? Heed my exposition. The police, the courts, they all do my bidding. So you say, but I wonder, is that kind of control really possible? I don't expect you to understand. It is a world beyond your comprehension. You came here from Grotty Burgers, I presume? Mr. Grossberg's, yes. Then you must ask him, why is it that this painting of his hangs here? Perhaps then he will tell you. Perhaps he will explain how a man can live life purely for personal profit. Go now. Skedaddle. There is nothing more to discuss. You sure I can't just, like, take a quick look around anyways, since we're here? This painting was, until yesterday, hanging in Mr. Grossberg's office. Why does White have it now? It's not hard to imagine a few possibilities. I'm guessing this is supposed to be a desk. My, this is quite the thing. Yeah, that's certainly quite the desk there. Where does one get a desk like that? Just asking for a friend. An impressive lineup of trophies. Judge's Special Runner-Up, Best Participation. Judge's Cooperation Award, Special Good Try Prize. The words judges and special kind of stand out. He probably strong-armed them into giving him something. I mean, with all the money he seems to have, I'm sure he could work something out. Statue of a man holding up the world. The Blue Corp sign certainly stands out enough. The model for the man is, of course, Mr. White. I like that the statue does not have the colored blue in it, and it commits the classic faux pas of putting red on green. It's like master of class of design work right here. Looks like the Thinker. It does. You know what? These also reminded me of the Thinker, the desk legs. Legs and asses, I guess. You know, I bet if he had the Thinker statue, it would look right at home on this desk. Alright, where were we going next? Clearly not here, right? We were going back here in the hopes that maybe we could ask him a few questions about the painting, perhaps? Huh? I don't think he's noticed me standing there. Maybe I should clear my throat.
Don't be the Josephat's. Oh, you.
What's wrong? You look so pensive. Like an old man at the end of his days.
Well, I'm not senile yet. I was just thinking about this whole mess.
Something's really bothering him, that much is clear. So you came to see the trial?
Yes, I did. Something was bothering me all last night, you see. Couldn't get a wink of sleep.
Really? What was that?
Well, you see, it's just Mia's sister, that poor girl. My boy, I owe you my thanks, truly. I don't know what I would have done if things had gone poorly for the girl.
I asked before, but why did you refuse her request for defense? I think I have a right to know.
All right, Mr. Wright. No, I'm sorry. It's just, I need more time to think about it, my boy.
He does seem troubled about something. I'm starting to have a feeling I know what it is. So, I paid Blue Corps a visit.
No. Oh, I see.
Mr. Grossberg, I have to admit, something has been bothering me.
Oh? What is it? Out with it, my boy.
You see, it's just... Mr. Grossberg, sir, there was a giant painting hanging right there the other day, was there not? The one you said you had no intention of parting with. Well, I saw it today. It was in the CEO's office at Blue Corp, Red White's office.
So, you noticed. I suppose I should guess you would. It is a large painting.
Mr. Grossberg, I know you and Mr. White are connected somehow.
Connected, you say?
Yes, and I know what it is. Mr. White has something on you, doesn't he? Blackmail? I think that painting is fairly gaudy proof.
Very well. This may be the chance I've been waiting for. Maybe it's time to get to this off my chest so I can finally rest easy again. After all, you and me as understudy. Perhaps it was fate.
What's he talking about?
Red White is a man who makes his living through intimidation. Blue Corp is a company that excels in finding people's weaknesses, I'm afraid. I've been paying them for 15 years now.
15 years?
All because of the DL6 incident, as you may have guessed.
Name on the back of those photographs.
As you suspected, I could not stand in defense of Maya because of this. Why would I be destroyed if I did?
So that's the connection.
It is hard for me to tell you this, my boy. But arresting Red White would be nigh on impossible.
Possible? Why?
He has information on everyone. It gives him an iron grip. He owns judges, attorneys, prosecutors, police, and politicians.
What?
They're bound, unable to do harm to themselves and therefore to him. Don't look at me like that. What you see is nothing more than the weight of many years.
What is the DL6 incident?
The L6 is nothing more than the sorting code the police gave the case. It was 15 years ago now. I received a request from a medium, a spirit medium.
A medium?
Her name was Misty Fay.
Hey.
Indeed. She was Mia's mother. She had been investigating a murder at the bequest of the police. And she failed. As a result, the police called her a fraud.
This is what Maya was talking about the other day.
I did all I could for her, and in the end, cleared her of wrongdoing. That murder case, however, remains unsolved to this day. That case is the DL6 incident.
Why are you blackmailed over this, Mr. Grossberg?
The DL6 incident was top secret at the time. It made sense. The police didn't want people to know they were using a medium. They could let people know. But one person found out. I told him.
You told White?
He offered me riches. It is an embarrassment to me now. Because I talked, the police were mocked far and wide. In secret, they began looking for the one who sold them out. Of course, White heard about it and he came to me. Only this time, the offer was blackmail.
I see.
White controls the law of this country as he sees fit. And if you would still challenge him, have a close look at Mia's office.
His office?
She followed his every move for years. She may have recorded something of what she found.
Good to know. Thanks for the info. Let's go take a look. It's funny, looking at this room. It seems so normal. Hard to imagine a murder took place here. Mr. Grossberg said there would be clues. Maybe I should have another look. Let's see what she's been recording. All the cases the chief ever worked on are filed here. They're in alphabetical order. Let's take a look. Which file should I look at? Let's try this one. Let's see if there's a record in this file that catches my eye. A, B, F. Misty Faye. That's me and Maya's mother. Should I take a look? Yeah. I mean, she's not here anymore to tell you no. I may have tarnished the Faye name, leaving only these words my mother vanished. I was determined to find the ones who had made my mother blame herself in this way. Using the power that runs in my family, I held an audience with the dead. Finally, the names of 2 men surfaced. One was Marvin Grossberg, a lawyer who sold my mother's information for riches. The other was the man who sold that information to the press. This parasite, who makes his fortune on threats and coercion. His name is... record stops there. So Mia knew Grossberg. I wonder what happened to that other paper. Let's see. J through S. Nothing much in here. Maybe I'll just skim some of this? You know, it couldn't hurt. Well, no harm in flipping through a bit, I guess. The biggest part's here at the end in S. Suicide? Ew. She has a collection of suicide reports. There's politicians, policemen. There's writing on most of these in pencil. White? This is Mia's handwriting. Wait, I get it. Mia thought he was involved in these suicides. White drove them all to... Can use these newspaper clippings. Let's find the most disturbing one. Article about a politician's suicide. The word white is written in pencil at the top. Maybe the plant has something important. No, I guess not. Now it's his job to water it. The sky is blue and so am I. There's that hotel right across the way. Alright. Where should we go with this? Maybe Grossberg, perhaps? Show him the newspaper clipping. I found this in Mia's files. Oh, she was investigating Red White, as I suspected. Well, if you wanted to challenge him, you could present this in court. Not a bad idea. Who else do we need to talk to, then? I actually don't remember the step. Apparently Miss May is in questioning. I doubt they'll let me talk to her today. Never mind. Guess we're not going there. How about back to Blue Court? You think he's gonna want to talk to me again? Well, aren't you persistent? Sorry, but there's something I have to ask you. Mr. Lawyer, I really hate having to repeat myself, but it seems the message has not yet penetrated your thick skull. Stop bothering me. If you try my patience further, I fear a nasty accident may occur. Do I make myself clear? Transparent. Are we sure? What if I show him this? This is the only clue that Mia left me. I'd better make this one count. Mr. White, see this? It's an article describing the suicide of a politician. He was embezzling secret government funds. Then, one day, word got leaked to the press. The very next day, he took his own life. And this concerns me how? I found this article in Mia's office. Miss Mia. She had a file filled with articles like this. Every one of them was labeled with a single word. White. Mr. White, I know what you did to this politician. You were blackmailing him. Blackmail? Not just him, either. You were threatening and coercing hundreds of others. You were involved in all of the suicide cases that Mia investigated. This company is built on blackmail. I'm right, aren't I? What a bizarre accusation. Mr. Wrong, what is it that you should be doing now? Investigating me? No. I think not. You should be searching for the one who killed Miss Mia. Secretary's office, hello? Mr. Wrong will be leaving now. Yes, sir. I'll send someone right away. Wait a second, Mr. White. You're wrong. But I'm wrong. But I'm right. but I'm also right. You're wrong, Mr. White. Excuse me? What I should be doing now is going after you. Just what are you insinuating? Mia was onto you. She was keeping tabs. For this reason, you had April May tapping her phone. Then, Mia was murdered and all the documents about you mysteriously disappeared. So, the culprit would be... Even a child could work it out, Mr. White. You did it. Secretary's office. We won't be needing an escort from Mr. Wrong. Instead, please connect me to the public prosecutor's office. Of course, sir. One moment, please.
Wait, that you? What are you doing calling me at a time like this?
Hello, Chief Prosecutor. I've changed my mind. I want to testify tomorrow.
What's this about?
The Mia Fey case. I witnessed the murder, you see. And thus, as a very important witness, I would like to testify.
What? Why now? I thought you said you didn't want to go to court.
Quiet, dude. I told you I changed my mind, didn't I? Oh, and one other thing. Send the police over here right away. The man is standing right in front of me. He looks dazed, but he could be violent.
What? What man?
Are you even listening? The executioner, the hatchet man, the liquidator, the killer, man.
What? Mr. White, this is another one of those.
Chief Prosecutor, I do not believe you are in a position to freely offer your opinions to me, correct? I'm telling you to send the police now. Did I not tell you, Mr. Wrong? You are a mere lawyer, as was Miss Mia. Dare you? I'll point the finger at you, and you will be tried as Miss Mia's killer. The case is as good as settled. No lawyer of any worth that will defend you. I have friends in the local lawyers association, you see. You'll be given a lawyer so stupendously inept that they make even you look competent. I feel faint. Detective Gumshoe reporting in, sir. Ah, Butts. Harry Butts. Right, actually, Phoenix, right. And my friend's name is Larry. Oh, right. Sorry, pal. Butts was that murderer, right? Detective Gumshoe. I present to you the man who killed Miss Mia Fey. What? Take this despicable human behind into custody. Farewell, Mr. Wrong. Gumshoe is so confused right now. September 8th, 3:37 p.m. Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Can't believe it's only been a day since the first trial. My trial begins tomorrow. White's gonna set a trap for me. And the prosecution will be in on it, of course. Edgeworth included. An attorney was assigned to me by the state yesterday. I refused. I had an idea. Wait! Mr. Wright? Oh, Maya. Great. They let you out of detention. Just now, yes. It's all thanks to you. No, I'm afraid we switched places. What? You mean you... I explained what happened to Maya. I don't believe it. How many people does that man need to destroy before he's satisfied? My mother, my sister, now you. This has gone too far. Mr. Wright, please tell me, is there anything I can do? Well... help me break out of here. Obviously. Right, okay, listen up. I want you to help me break out of here. You mean a jailbreak? Yeah, tonight's our only chance. Alright. Huh? Oh, I'd better go get a hacksaw while the store's still open. Oh, and a rope ladder and a getaway car. Can you drive? Wait. What? I'm kidding. It was a joke. No way. No, really, I was kidding, but thanks. It's good to know you're on my side. There really isn't anything you can do for me anyway. But I can't just sit here and do nothing. I've got to give that man a piece of my mind. Just a piece? Okay. Then come to the trial tomorrow. Okay, I'll be there. I'll show them a thing or two. I think the breakout would have been more, I don't know, productive. Times may change, yet with crime it's the same old story. In fact, It's gotten worse. Lengthy court proceedings are no longer realistic. Beginning a few years ago, a limit of 3 days was put on initial court trials. Almost all finished in a day, most with a guilty verdict. Never thought I would end up in the defendant's chair myself for this case. With a true culprit appearing as the star witness. This is it. Tomorrow it's him or me. Boy, I wonder who the killer is. I mean, could it really be Phoenix Wright? Could he have somehow killed Mia in some sort of, like, fugue state, and he just doesn't remember? What a twist that would be. September 9th, 9:52 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Well, I guess this is it. Yeah. One way or another, this case gets decided today. Ah, Phoenix, look! Oh shit, it's Edgeworth. I received a call from the Chief Prosecutor's office yesterday. I was told that whatever Mr. White says today will be the absolute truth. No matter how you try to attack his testimony, if I raise an objection, I have it on good faith that the judge will listen to me. What? Does White have the judge in his pocket too? So, you're saying I'm going to be guilty. End of story. I will do anything to get my verdict, Mr. Wright. Anything. What? Why? How can you torment an innocent person like this? Innocent? How can we know that? The guilty will always lie to avoid being found out. There's no way to tell who is guilty and who is innocent. All that I can hope to do is to get every defendant declared guilty. So I make that my policy. Edgeworth, you've changed. Hmm? Phoenix, you know him? Don't expect any special treatment, Phoenix Wright. Phoenix? Well, court will be starting soon. What? But wait, your defense attorney isn't even here yet. They're not... I'll be defending myself. What? Okay, let's do this. I mean, he is a lawyer. I don't see any problem with this. Seems like a really useful thing to have. The ability to defend yourself because you're a lawyer in court. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, are you sure you're up to doing this? Yes, Your Honor. I'll be defending myself. Understood. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. As the details of the event are already quite clear to the court, today we'll hear the testimony of a witness to the defendant's crime. I see. The prosecution may call its witness. That went far too smoothly. Why did the judge ask Edgeworth why his witness didn't testify before? It's like he already knows why. If anyone's gonna raise an objection about this, I suppose it's me. Well, might as well give it a try, right? Mr. Edgeworth, you want an explanation to the court. Why didn't this witness testify in the trial against Miss Maya Fey? I'm ever so sorry. Mr. White is a busy man, and besides, at the time, I thought that Miss May's opinion was all that would be needed. Again, my sincerest apologies to the court. Excellent, Mr. Edgeworth. I appreciate your demeanor. Great. He gets to show off and I get nowhere. I would like to call Mr. White to the stand. That guy's got enough rings to use as a brass knuckle. Please state your full name. You wish to know the title of my personage. Your name? Yes, that is what I said. Oh dear, do my locutions confuse? Name. These two are great together. My name is Red White, but my friends call me Blanco Nino. I am the CEO, or to use a more common term, the president of Blue Corp. Those aren't the same thing, though, a lot of the time. Did you know the victim, Miss Mia Fey? That would be a negatory. No, I did not. You were at the Gatewater Hotel the night of the murder. Correct. And you witnessed the murder from there? Why tell you what you already know? Very well, Mr. White, you may begin your testimony. If I can't rip this guy's testimony apart, I'm done for. Why do I always feel like it's the end of the world and I'm the last man standing? I hope you have made your peace with God, Mr. Lawyer. Let him have it, Phoenix. It's my only chance. Let's see. It was about 9 o'clock, I believe. I was quietly perusifying, that's reading to you, some papers by the window. Then I heard a bedlam coming from outside. Surprised, I turned to look at the building across the way. It was then I saw him, a spiky-haired man attacking a woman with long hair. Needless to say, that man is none other than you, Mr. Lawyer. Wasn't it, like, a girl? A mousy-looking girl with, like, a hippie get-up and long hair attacking her? Man, how many people are attacking this poor woman in this, office? I called Miss May over at once. She, too, was flabbergasted, of course. The victim, she ran away, but you gave chase. Finally, there was a terrible impaction. Then it was all over. If many things occurred as you testified, I'm afraid the defendant is guilty. Very well, defendant. I mean, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. We've got to press him for everything he's got. 9 o'clock. Was that AM or PM? How did you know what time it was? Because I am always abso-positively perfect, you know? Oh, no, you're not getting away with that. You are so mistrusting, Mr. Lawyer. So, what was the proper term for secretary again? Anyway, Ms. May ordered room service for 9 o'clock. It happened soon after the room service arrived. That's what Miss May said, too. True, the bellboy who brought the coffee saw Miss May. But he testified that he did not see you at the time. This is your concern? Silly lawyer, Miss May received the coffee outside the room. Of course he could not see me. He would need x-ray vision to pull off something like that. What a ridiculous statement. Tell us, what were you doing at that time? Reading. What were you reading by the window? What kind of papers are you looking at there? By window, do you mean the one directly across from Fanco Law Offices? Correct. That is the only window you see. And there you were reading papers? Correct. The Gatewater is a businessman's hotel, and I am a busy man who had business to do. And then you heard a bedlam from outside. Please explain to the court what bedlam means. It must have been when you attacked, I assume. We see. Continue. So you looked at the building across the way. And what did you see there? So you're reading your papers until you heard that sound. But of course, I have no snoop peeping out of windows at night. No snoop? Yeah, right. You made a career out of snooping. Spiky-haired man attacking a woman with long hair. That's interesting, because that's not how we heard it yesterday. This is spiky-haired. Ah, he thinks it was me. There could be anyone who has spiky hair, okay? There's lots of people with spiky hair. What you just said directly conflicts with Miss May's testimony. Miss May clearly stated that the assailant looked like a girl. I've always been proud of my eyesight, Mr. Lawyer. Just what is your eyesight? Counting both eyes? 40. That's not how that works. 40? Don't add them together. I think the witness is trying to say his eyesight is good. Hey, whose side is this judge on anyway? Well, clearly his side, because he's probably getting paid by him. And what did you do then? Called Miss May over. Wasn't Miss May already watching at this time? What was Miss May doing at that time? She had just finished watching a soap opera on TV and was weeping openly. Did you know she had been tapping the Faith office phone?
Irrelevant. That has nothing to do with the case at hand. I kind of have to agree with Edgeworth. That was a bit out of line and, like, didn't feel relevant. I care not. I will answer the lawyer's bold inquiry. Miss May was acting alone when she tapped the phone of this Fey woman. You make a good politician, Mr. White. I know. After all, I am El Presidente. Please continue. So which way did this victim run, would you say? Can you be a little more detailed about that? I think it's worth knowing exactly what happened. Of course. Comprende. I understand. The victim was attacked by you and ran to the left. You gave chase and struck her down. Are you sure? As you know, I am always absolutely perfect. Perhaps you can change your testimony to reflect this new detail. Right to the left, you say? Yeah, that's interesting. Because we have something that might contradict that, you know. Unfortunately. Yeah. Just a little bit of evidence here, you know. Wait right there. Mr. White, you've dug your own grave. What is this? You said the victim ran to the left. But that directly contradicts Miss May's testimony. She clearly stated that the victim ran right. It is simple. You have misheard her. I think not. Look at the floor plans. The killer was here. And the victim here. Welcome, Trips. How's it going tonight? If the victim ran to the left as you claimed she did, she would have been running directly away from the door. She would have been running into a dead end. Don't you find that odd? Very strange. I did not see her run to the left. I did see her run to the left. Phoenix, look at his face. I don't think he's lying about this one. True. Maybe he really did see the victim run left. So he did witness the killing. Wait a second. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? Miss May says right and Mr. White says left. Can you explain this contradiction to the court? Both witnesses are telling the truth, for once. Ha! I doubt it. Rather, that does not clear up the contradiction. There is one scenario that would explain their conflicting accounts. What? Obviously, the witness was not viewing the crime from the hotel. Mr. Wright, what do you mean? Yes, what do you mean? He was not viewing the crime from the hotel? If he was not in the hotel, where could he have been? In the law offices of Fay & Co., of course. Where else would you view the crime? Duh. More specifically, he was standing here. Time to show the court where Mr. White was standing. Right here. Right on this K. This conveniently placed K on the ground. I wonder why it's there. This is where he was. Look. When the victim ran for the door, if he was watching from this point, to him it would appear that she ran to the left. Please, this is no time for jokes and ill taste. That is where the killer was standing. Oh. Yeah, would you look at that? Oh, it is where the killer was standing, is it? Have I played this case before? I have. I have actually played the entirety of Phoenix Wright 1. But it has been a few years, so there might be some details in the later cases that I do forget. The first two cases of this game, for whatever reason, were very memorable for me. But like the rest of the game that I've played, so I played the first game, the second game, and I think the first two full cases of the third game. But everything beyond this point, I don't remember quite as detailed. But the first two cases in particular, I remember quite well. And I haven't played any of the other games beyond that, so eventually I'll be streaming, like my plan is to stream the whole series over time. And I'm looking forward to playing this stuff I haven't played yet, because these games are great. Order! I love order! Anyone who disturbing the order of this court will be held in contempt. Mr. Wright, what are you suggesting? Perhaps
Galleon. Postulations of the defense are a distortion of the truth, Your Honor.
Indeed, they do seem a bit far-fetched.
You provide us with so much entertainment, Mr. Lawyer. Now he's laughing. The hilarity of the moment made me remember something. It appears I've been unclear, and for this, I apologize. Mr. Your Honor, might I be allowed to testify once more?
Very well, let's hear your revised testimony.
Good luck. You can't fix a broken testimony, buddy. Even if he is like the CEO of lying. And she ran to the left. Miss May's testimony was correct, as was mine. When you assaulted the girl, she first ran to the left. And then you hit her savagely. That is what I saw. Next, with the last of her strength, she ran to the right. You chased her and delivered the final blow. That is what Miss May saw. You see, you hit her twice. Don't you remember, Mr. Lawyer? I mean, you were the one who committed the murder after all. How could you possibly forget?
That does seem to make sense. Will you be cross-examining the witness's testimony?
You bet I will. I mean, yes, Your Honor. Alright, let's see what he's got on these ones. What do you mean by that? That is what I am about to explain. You Americans, always so impatient, does not become you. Hey buddy, you're an American too. He's probably the most American of them all. I mean, his name is literally Red and White, and he runs a company called Blue Corp. And yet he wears a pink suit and has purple hair. I don't know. I guess that's like a combination of the colors. What do you mean first? First, that is what comes before what happens next. You do speak English, right? Please sit back, relax. I will try to use simple words for your benefit. First, she ran to the left, and then you hit her savagely. I did not do any such thing. Okay? I testify I didn't do that. I didn't hit anyone. Now, Mr. Wright, there is no point hiding things from this court. I'm not hiding anything. The prosecution requests that the defense refrain from interrupting the testimony. Mr. Wright, you have been warned. Why is he mad at me? Ran to the right. What do you mean next? Next is what comes after first. I know that. Then that is all you need to know, Mr. Lawyer. As I said, she turned and made a desperate dash to the right. Chased her and delivered the final blow. How far did we go exactly with this chase? Have I played Apollo Justice? No, I have not. I haven't played Apollo Justice. I haven't played any of the 3DS ones. I haven't played Great Ace Attorney. I haven't even played Miles Edgeworth. Either of those games. The only other game I've played and completed in this series, if you want to count it as a Phoenix Wright game, because I guess you could, is the crossover with Professor Layton. I have played that one all the way through. But aside from the first two games in that one, and like a little bit of the third, I haven't even like seen any of the other games outside of like a handful of screenshots. So that's why I'm looking forward to playing them, because they'll be completely new to me. Stop saying it was me. But it was you. Mr. Wright, if you claim that it was not you, then show us proof. Can I do nothing right? Nothing? May I continue? That's what Miss May saw. So each of you saw different parts. Absolutely. That's right, of course. Innocent until proven guilty. Not around here. You're guilty until proven innocent when, you know, you're paying off the judge, the court, the police, the prosecution, probably the audience as well. Where did he pick up that annoying phrase? Anyway, moving along. Hit her twice. Wait a second. We have no proof of anyone hitting her twice. So you were watching both times? I suppose I was. And please excuse me for not testifying to this sooner. Paul's Justice's first case is a must-play or at least watch, 10 out of 10 by many. Really? Because, like, so, I don't know. Maybe back in the day it was different. I mean, I've never played it, so I wouldn't know. But I remember people having, like, mixed opinions about Apollo Justice back when it was, like, one of the newer games. I don't know, this might have been, like, around the time just before the first 3DS game came out. I remember people saying, like, it was, some people saying, it was great, and other people were like, oh, this sucks because it's not Phoenix, or something like that. I don't know. To me, it was like, oh, this looks great. I wish I could find a copy and actually be able to play it, because I found out about the Phoenix Wright series, like, 2009 maybe, and, you know, by that point, it's like, you can't find copies of these games sitting on shelves. Even Apollo Justice, I don't think I ever really saw a copy sitting around. So, like, it was just never an option for me to play. What do you think, Phoenix? I think we got him right where we want him. He slipped. Let him laugh for now. I'll soon wipe that smile off his face. Yeah, I think I know exactly where this one is. This one I do not remember, but I think I have an idea. Where is the autopsy? Now, will any of these say anything about getting hit once? Because I thought there was something like that. Dodge an attack, then right answer. Oh, here it is. It's this testimony. Perfect. Okay, let's go find that one. When you assaulted the girl, first she ran to the left, and then you hit her savagely. That is why I saw. Okay, I think this is what we want to present on, is the testimony again. The cases after the first isn't as good as the first one. Maybe people say it's not Phoenix because he is a whole different character. Not going to say though, but shocking. Okay, now, to be fair, it's not that I haven't seen the games per se, but if you were around at the time, you're probably familiar with, like, a lot of the kinds of videos people made with the sprites. So I have seen the sprites, so I don't know the context around those sprites, though. I know zero context, but I have seen a sprite of Phoenix in, like, a hoodie. That can mean anything to me, though. I have no idea what that means. But I have seen the sprites of, like, every single DS game, because I was a big fan of, like, the Machinima Phoenix Wright type videos that people would make. And that was, like, a big thing at the time. I mean, it's cool seeing that got a resurgence in some ways in recent years. But that was, like, one of my favorite types of things to watch back then. Oh, no, this wasn't it. Damn it. Okay, I finally fucked up. I thought this was the right one to go on. I'm pretty sure this is the right evidence. I just need to find the right part of the testimony. Damn it. Maybe it's this one? When you assaulted the girl, she first ran to the left. Because, like, okay, so my logic here, because I don't actually remember this part. We finally made it to the part I don't remember. But, like, it says that she dodged and attacked and ran to the right. So, like, it sounds like he's saying that I struck twice, but it's not actually in his testimony saying that I struck twice. That was only in, like, when I press it. So I was, like, trying to think if one of these was maybe relevant to that so I could use the evidence on it. So she first ran to the left. Okay. And then you hit her savagely. That is what I saw. So, like, yeah, here. Next, with the last of her strength, she ran to the right. Maybe it's this one? Because, like, he's kind of saying that she was already struck, but here it says that the victim dodged the attack and then ran to the right. But then she was caught and struck. Because we know from the autopsy that she could have lived for a few minutes after being hit. So I guess, I don't know, that's kind of contradicting it, but also not. I'm gonna go for it. Fuck it. No, okay, that wasn't it. Fine, I'll think it through more, Mr. Judge, who's totally getting paid off by Red over here. Okay, Chaser and delivered the final blow. Oh, this is it. Because there's... well, I don't know about that one. That's it for the testimony, right? No. Oh, here it is. Right here at the end. Duh. That's when I was originally going to do it. No, she dodged and attacked and ran to right, but then she was caught and struck. This has to be it. Because, like, this straight up implies that there was only one hit. One successful blow. Right? No? Okay, that's gotta be the thing I present on. I guess that's the wrong evidence. Did this version of the game change how checkpoints work? Because I remember checkpoints being really annoying on the DS, or on the 3DS version, and there seems to be some minor changes with the PC version. Is there anything here that, like, implies that she was only hit once? Probably not. How did chances burn through fast? Yeah, well, I mean, this is the first game. I'm assuming that they go back to the full meter system in games 2 and 3 in this version too. Because, like, in the original version of Phoenix Wright 1, you had, like, it was 5 exclamation marks. So you literally had 5 chances. But I guess they just decided to use the same graphic assets and kind of make it sort of like a meter, but make it so that every incorrect thing is the same amount of penalty. Because, like, in the later games, you could have, like, if mispresenting evidence was, like, a big blow to your meter, but there's, like, other opportunities where it only did, like, a little bit at a time. It's gotta be this, like, the whole hit twice thing. Is this possibly saying that, like, she only got hit once? From a blow by a blunt object. But I guess that doesn't necessarily rule out the possibility of a second hit, right? But I don't think it's this anymore. Unless it... Okay, wait, go back for a second. Is there anything here specifically about, like, running to the left? When you assaulted the girl, she first ran to the left. Well, okay, but this is saying that the victim dodged an attack but ran to the right. It doesn't say anything about running to the left. I don't know, I think we already kind of established, though, that that's not the case. Can we, like, save here? Oh, we can save here. Oh, shit, does that work? So I don't have to, like, because, like, the thing is dying isn't a big deal. You just have to click through a bunch of text again. And if I can, like, not have to click through a bunch of text again, that'd be great. Because I really screwed this up. Let's see. Okay, so there's 2 possibilities here. We could try and say that he is not correct, but I think that was, like, the whole reason we're in this position. The other one that I feel like is correct is this one. Or incorrect is this one. Wait, would it be this one, actually? Because, like, if what Miss May saw is this, then wouldn't that just, like, completely contradict what she actually said? Wait, you have an idea, Trips? What's your logic here? What are you thinking right now? You hit her twice, the autopsy report contradicts. You think that, yeah, see, I was kind of thinking that, but, like, the wording seems vague enough that it's kind of, it doesn't really rule that out, but it was what I was thinking of trying. But you know what, if you also think that's probably it, I will go for it, because I was thinking it anyways. There we go, okay, was it? I was overthinking it then. That was my problem. I was taking it too literally, which I'm sure he's about to do in a moment here. But let's find out. Mr. White, the victim died from a single blow. Because the autopsy report literally says a blow. But to me, that's like, oh, well, it could have been, you know, there could have been previous blows that, you know, kind of like slowed her down or something. But only one single blow killed her. But we're taking it literally here, meaning she only got hit once, ever. What do you have to say to that? Now's my chance to hit him where it counts. Mr. White, wasn't it you who also told this court that you were abso-positively perfect? I will refrain from using this phrase from that one. Your Honor, if you could ask the witness for a new testimony. The witness is obviously confused, Your Honor. I would like to request a 10-minute break. Yes, quite. The witness is confused because he's lying. I emphatically requested there be no break, Your Honor. Yeah, we want justice. Don't let him get away. Never mentioned victim got hit twice. Yeah, it doesn't mention it, but to me it like left it open for a possibility. Which, yeah, no, I was thinking too hard about it. Very well. If the witness would care to revise his testimony, crowd's on my side. No slipping out of this now, White. Mr. White. I guess the crowd was too expensive for him to pay off. Okay. Well, see, I looked at the other window when I heard that thing fall. Then, the next moment I saw Miss Mia run to the left. The killer, you had attacked her, but she dodged. And then, she turned and ran for the door. Then you did her in with a single blow. Thwap! That thwap is very important to the witness testimony. Thwap indeed. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. Mr. Your Honor, my stomach, you see, it is hurting. Deal with it. This is almost over. Alright, let's see what we got here. So you looked at the other window when you heard that thing fall. What thing fall? You heard that thing fall? What exactly was that thing? Huh? Oh, that. Well, the glass light stand. Right, the one that had fallen over at the scene. There was only one window. B, how do you know where the door is? Yeah, that's a good point. Where's the other window? Also, you know, this whole glass light stand thing that no one mentioned up until now. He's the first person to mention that glass. Phoenix, isn't something about that strike you as odd? Very. Yeah, that is odd. I'll press further. Mr. White. Huh? What? You're saying you saw the glass light stand? Yes. Then change your testimony to reflect that. Sorry, my bad. Witness will revise his testimony. Okay. Of course. How does he know that the light stand, it was the light stand that fell? Exactly. Well, we're gonna get to that too. There is actually a possibility how he could know that. A light stand was lying on the floor when I looked. The glass light stand was lying on the floor. That's the first I've heard of this. Why didn't you tell us about the stand before? Why? Me? Well, I was instructed not to— Wait, one moment. Give me a minute to gather my thoughts. I am so confused. White's falling apart. He doesn't know what to do when he's not in control. Your Honor, please, I ask that you do not allow the witness to be badgered any further. Mr. Wright, please refrain from badgering the witness. Yes, Your Honor. Hedgeworth is on the ropes. Very well, the witness may continue his account. So then you saw Mia run to the left. Miss Mia? Mr. White, did you know the victim personally? No, triple no. How would I? How could I? I see nothing odd about knowing the witness knowing the name of the victim. Mr. Wright, I will not have you harrying the witness. You're looking a little flustered, Edgeworth. Wait, so if it's true where he was standing, where was the light stand? The light stand was on the left. If we look at the floor plan, which we can do right now, you can see that the light stand was over here. So from the perspective of the hotel down at the bottom, the light stand would have been from the left. That's what this, like, bunch of stuff in the bottom left-hand corner of the room is. So you could see it. It would be impossible to have seen something fall. Whether or not, you know, you could, like, tell it was a light stand as it fell, I mean, in the dark, that's a whole other can of worms. So then, apparently she dodged the blow. Now, before you said that she was hit before... Now, before you said that she was hit before she ran. Yes, I must have been confused. But don't worry, we all know what happened now. She turned and ran for the door. What did you do then? I gave chase, of course. No, not me. The killer, I mean. He gave chase. That's quite the admission there, Mr. White. Mr. White, please try to remain calm. Was the hotel room above the office so they could see into it? Also, the light stand was in the corner. Yeah, so it was like... you don't really notice that it is, but if you... In the opening, when Phoenix first discovers the body, you can kind of like... It's implied that the hotel room is above a little bit, like probably like a floor above, and just at enough distance so you can kind of like see down into the room. It's not really something that's brought up. I don't remember it being brought up, but it's just kind of implied. Either way, it's not like super relevant to the thing. The idea is just that people from the hotel room can see into the office, the area where the murder took place, to some extent. Some very relevant extent. That'll be coming up shortly. Mr. Wright here is only trying to fluster you with baseless accusations. Oh, right. Thank you, Miles. A single bowl. A flap. The flap is very important. Flap. That doesn't sound like the savage attack from your earlier testimony. Yes, well, I am a man of peace, you see. Which is, you know, why he assaulted Phoenix right in his office earlier today. Phoenix, he's getting a lot less talkative. He's probably afraid I'll catch him on something, but it won't be easy. I mean, if you were to look through the window, you wouldn't be able to see a light stand. No, not when it's standing up, but if it's like, you know, smashed on the floor, perhaps you could. So a light stand was lying on the floor when I looked. The glass stand was lying on the floor? That's the first I've heard of this. Why didn't you tell us about the stand before? Why? Me? Well, I was instructed... Oh, did we wrap around? I guess we did. Okay. So, we could probably do something about this light regardless, though. Let's see here. What do we have here? Okay, let's look at our evidence. Anything related to the light. So, the broken remains of a glass light stand broken beyond all recognition. So there's two possibilities we can do here. So as you can see in the floor plan, this light stand was way over here. It's in the corner. Yes, you can see the glass when it fell. Maybe if you looked at it just the right split second, you might have glanced and noted and been able to recognize a light stand. But if you were seeing this and you saw this getting smashed, you would just see glass on the ground. You wouldn't know what that is. So yes, we can indeed try and catch him on that one specifically. So a light stand was lying on the floor when I looked. So I think... Do we need some... No, okay, that's probably it then. I thought there was like something with glass specifically, but that must have been one of the presses. So let's go for that. Let's go for the glass. Glass or the floor plan? Which do you think is going to be more relevant here? The floor plan, you think? Okay, let's go for the floor plan. Yeah. Mr. White. It was impossible for you to have seen the glass stand. What? Look at this. These are the floor plans to the scene of the murder, yes? Correct, Your Honor. Now, look. If you were to look through the window at the office, this is the area you would be able to see. Here. Well, note that the stand is not within the visible area. Well, Mr. White. What do you have to say to that? Ridiculosity. Mr. White, if you were in the Gatewater Hotel as you claim, you could not have seen the stand before it fell over. In fact, you wouldn't have been able to see it after it fell either. There's no way you could have recognized the broken shards as a glass light stand. So, when did you see the stand, Mr. White? It must have been the moment that it fell. And the only place you could have seen that from is inside the Faye law offices. In other words, you were at the scene of the crime when the murder took place. Gah! But what does he have to say to that, Mr. White? Mr. White. You did it, didn't you? Your Honor, Miss Mia. Looks like we're about to get our verdict. And he couldn't have seen it fall because he was alerted to the sound of it crashing through 2 exterior walls and across the street. Exactly. It's so far away. But he said he was watching the entire time. In fact, he said he was watching twice. Like, he turned away and even came back to watch it again. You saw his testimony. He was watching that murder like a hawk. He had his iced coffee, his papers, probably had some popcorn. He was drawn to it. That's far enough, Miss Phoenix Wright. What? I forgot about Edgeworth. Mr. Wright. I think the time has come. Shouldn't you confess your crime now? What? I said you should confess your crime. Ergo, confess that you placed the wiretap. Wiretap? Ah, I see how it is. Confess to a lesser crime, and then maybe, you know, you won't be there. You won't be convicted of the worst crime, right? Order, order. Mr. Edgeworth, explain to the court what you mean by this. Distinguished members of the court, Mr. White is slightly confused. Allow me to explain. I really don't like the way this is headed. As you know, Mr. White is the CEO of Blue Corp. He ordered his secretary, Miss April May, to tap the law offices of Miss Faye. What does that have to do with? Your Honor, the question is, when was the wiretap placed in the office and by who? No, you wouldn't. Mr. White, in order to place the wiretap, you entered Miss Faye's office. Am I correct? Correct. You are most correct, Miles. Give me a break. Yes, in order to place the wiretap, I breached the Faye & Co. law offices. That is when I saw that the cursed light stand. So you just knew it had to be the light stand that fell over during the murder, right? No, I'm confused. Please explain to the court what all this means, Mr. Edgeworth. Gladly, Your Honor. Mr. Phoenix Wright has made his position quite clear. He has determined that Mr. White knew the glass stand was in the office. He has shown that there was only one time Mr. White could have seen the stand, at the very moment of the murder. Thus, Mr. Wright would like you to believe that Mr. White was the murderer. I see. However, it is a fact that Mr. White had been to that office well before the murder took place. When he went to place the wiretap, he could have seen the glass light stand then. Ergo, Mr. Phoenix Wright's theory is revealed for the baseless conjecture it is. Mr. White, you will testify to the court about this wiretapping. Oh, so now the wiretapping's relevant, eh? Leave it to me. I feel faint. Alright, let's hear about this wiretapping. It was the beginning of September, the week before the murder. I had entered the Faye & Co. law offices. Of course, I had done so to place the wiretap. That was when I saw this glass light stand. So what was it about this glass light stand that just stood out to him so much that he remembered it for a whole week? And then when it fell, he was like, "Ooh, that must be the glass light stand I saw earlier this week." So you saw the stand before the night of the incident, and this is how you were able to identify what had fallen over, by the sound? Correct. That is right. I see. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine. Gah, what am I supposed to do now? Good luck, Phoenix. It must have been a really fancy light stand. Like, how fancy of a light stand must have been for a guy like this, dressed like that, with this kind of money. It stood out to him. Like, he was like, oh, I love this light stand. It is magnificent. Abso-positively perfect. Alright. So he say admitting to wiretapping this thing a week in advance. Do you have proof? Miss April May knew the details of Miss Faye's phone conversation. This proves that the wiretap was placed before the murder. Huh. Right. Alright. Are you sure you entered the offices? Was it really you that went into the office? Or was it Miss May? Unidentified fingerprints several days old were found in the Faye & Co. law offices. These were obviously Mr. White's. I mean, those could have been anybody's. Like, it's a law office. That could have been like some random clients. How do we know that was Red White's? No, I know Edgeworth. He's already run a check on those prints. Now, Mr. White, tell us why you went to the Faye & Co. law offices. Why did you tap Mia's phone? This has no bearing on the current case, Your Honor. Blue Corp is a detective agency of sorts. We have a responsibility to protect client confidentiality. By tapping people's phones, okay. If they're unidentified, then how can you say they're whites, and how can you tell fingerprints are old? Exactly. And if, like, how are their prints? Okay, if he tapped the phone, his prints would be on the phone. If he did it a week ago, are you telling me no one touched the phone for over a week? And we can prove this beyond a shadow of a doubt that no one touched that phone over a week in an office? That seems unlikely. Why did you notice something as innocuous as a light stand? The light stand was made entirely out of glass. It was quite stylish, so I guess it made a lasting impression on me. Such a bodacious thing deserves attention, does it not? That is all. Damn it, there's nothing there for me to press him on. Oh well, maybe he's rattled enough that I can bluff something out of him. Alright, so what do we have here? So we have the wiretap itself, but that was the one that was found in the hotel room. So we don't know when that was taken out, to be fair. Okay, what do we got here? So it was the only... We have a time frame of apparently a week ago. Do we have anything here that would, like, contradict that? No, we don't. Even this doesn't have any, like, date on it. I know this said it was, like, the day of the murder at, like, 9 in the morning or something, but we don't have that here as proof, so that doesn't count. That's irrelevant. That's what happened during the murder, so that's clearly irrelevant. Unless he wore gloves when placing the wiretap. Where was the wiretap actually placed? I don't think we know that. The only thing that implies the wiretap's placement was during the night of the murder. If you click on the phone, it says that there was like some screws missing or something. But that was never submitted as evidence, so as far as we're concerned, that's not relevant to the case. And I mean, that could have been tampered with, you know, a week ago and someone just didn't notice, I guess. Nothing in here that's relevant, okay. Obviously, this isn't really going to be relevant to anything. This might be, but, I mean, what would this prove? Like, we already, like Edgeworth said, we just know that the phone conversation and the wiretapping took place before the murder. Order of the events is not really proven yet. So he entered the Faye & Co. law offices. He done so to place the wiretap, okay. Oh. Well, guess we run out of ammo. Tisk tisk. I'm afraid that's as far as you go, Mr. Wright. The time has come for you to admit your defeat. You fought honorably. No more. I can't take this anymore. Mr. Wright, are you giving up? Yes, Your Honor. Phoenix! Phoenix, over here! I know that voice. Mia? Never give up, Phoenix. Mia! Oh. Well, there you go. He fainted. We have to now, like, cancel the whole trial. Where am I? Waiting lobby? What happened? Oh, right. I lost the trial. I was hallucinating. Ah, you're finally awake. You're trying to cross the border. Hey, Phoenix! Gak, that's no way to treat an old friend. Phoenix, I want you to look at me. You're... Maya? Didn't you know the Fae women have strong psychic powers? When you accepted your defeat in court, it appears that was enough of a shock to awaken Maya's true powers. So, Maya's channeling you, Mia. That's right. I am Maya, but I'm also Mia. Now, I want you to listen to me, Phoenix. Maya never gave up. You can't either. That's why I came here to tell you. But we don't have much time, Phoenix. Now listen. You've already won. Huh? You have that receipt in the court record, right? Oh, yeah. The one you wrote Maya on. Phoenix. Wright wrote that, not me. So, what do I do with it? Look at the front of the receipt. The front? There's a front to the receipt? Oh my god. It's a regular receipt. Looks like it's from a famous department store. $1,000. Wow, big spender. Item, glass light stand. Date of purchase, September 4th. September 4th? That's right, Phoenix. I brought that stand the day before I was killed. Whoa. Now, what did Mr. White say in his testimony? It was the beginning of September, the week before the murder. He said he saw the stand the week before the murder. There you go. I think the court is about to reconvene. Go do it, Phoenix. You know you're innocent, now you just have to prove it. Right. Wow, we flipped over the receipt. Who would have thought to do that? I certainly did. Could you imagine flipping the receipt? Who would have thought there might be evidence on the other side? It's kind of dumb you couldn't win till this random evidence. Welcome to the Phoenix Wright series, where everyone pulls bullshit out at the last second to win a trial, or to make you lose it. Either way. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright. Is the defendant, rather... Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Yes. Sorry, Your Honor. I'm fine now. And let's start where we left off. Your Honor, there is nothing to go back to. The cross-examination of Mr. White is finished. All that is required now is for you to pass judgment on the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Your Honor, please, give me one more chance. I promise you, this is the last time I'll ask you. But as Mr. Edgeworth has noted, the trial is more or less finished. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an opinion on this matter? I say, let us give Mr. Phoenix Wright his last chance. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination. Alright. I got just the thing you need, White. Right here. This evidence. All we had to do was flip the receipt. Look closely at this. See the word Maya written in blood? You're grasping. I think not. Look at the other side of the receipt. The other side? I know, right? I was surprised too. Who would have thought that receipt could have had two sides to it? I didn't. Your Honor, would you tell the court what is written on the other side of that receipt? Well, a glass light stand. And the date of purchase? Why, that's the day before the murder. You see? Mr. White, when you allegedly entered Fei & Co. law offices at the beginning of September. The stand could not have been there. Even more bullshit, who would believe the court system would have a trial within the same week as the murder? Oh, in this world, that's fine. Apparently in this world, crime just got so out of hand that they had to, like, basically all trials are fast-tracked to, like, take place basically right as soon as they happen. And you have 3 days to prove your defendant innocent, or else they are convicted. That's just the law. That's just how this world works. Law is fast and efficient in the world of Phoenix Wright. So that's accounted for. Well, Mr. Wright? Can't get out of this one, can you? No. It's impossible. Uh-oh. He's losing it. I know, he's making up words. He's gone crazy. Well, Your Honor, I understand there must be quite a bit of pressure on you. But I think you'll agree you can't judge me guilty under these circumstances. Very well. Then that is all for the trial of... Not so fast, Phoenix Wright. Eh? What? No way he can worm his way out of this one. Oh wait, I forgot. It's Edgeworth. There is a certain thread of logic to the defendant's claims. However, there is no concrete proof that Phoenix Wright is innocent. You know what? That's true. All we proved was that he was lying. We did not prove that he killed her. We didn't even prove that I didn't kill her. No matter how baseless that claim was in the first place. Ergo, I would like to request one more day before Phoenix Wright is granted his freedom. I need time to make one more inquiry into this matter. An inquiry? This isn't going to be another one of those updated autopsy reports. This guy just makes up evidence as he pleases. This is bad. No, we can't let him make another updated autopsy report. You can't just, like, take a red pen and write, killed by Phoenix Wright in it, and then submit to Corey's evidence this time. Handwriting analysis on the receipt since White apparently wrote. I mean, you're not wrong, but in his defense, it's, like, written in blood with, like, someone else's finger. And it's really big letters. I don't even know if that would really work in this, like, scenario, because the circumstances seem very non-standard. Mr. White's guilt is obvious. There is no need to prolong this trial any further. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? If anyone is going to call Mr. White to trial, it would be me, the prosecution. I need a day to ascertain whether these new claims have any basis in factual evidence. Yeah, like he's gonna use factual evidence. I see. Objection denied. What? The completion of the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright will be postponed until tomorrow. No, there's no telling what will happen if I can't end this now. Edgeworth is sure to come up with, or just make up something. And after Mia showed up to help me and all. Mr. Your Honor, may I go home? Of course. Thank you for your time. The witness will stay. Mia? Phoenix, read this note out loud. Mia, what's this? A list of people's names in Mia's handwriting. Your Honor, if I may. You're quite persistent today, Mr. Wright. You bet I am. My life is writing on this one. I have something I'd like to read to the court. Okay. The memo Mia had given me was a list of names. Many of them sounded strangely familiar. People in finance, famous celebrities. That's when it happened. Stop! Desist! Halt! Please, stop! Make him stop! How did you get that list? Mr. White, admit your guilt, right here, right now, or else this list will be released to the press. I confess. I did it. I hit her. I hit Miss Mia with the thinker.
Case closed, Your Honor.
Oh, that's all it took, eh?
Well, I see no reason to continue this trial, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You've done it again. That was quite a spirited defense.
Yes, Your Honor. I guess you could say that. If only you knew how spirited it was.
Well, this court finds the defense, rather, the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
The statue? Yep. The same statue was the murder weapon in 2 different unrelated murders.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Well, it's a small desk-sized recreation of it, to be fair, not the actual thinker statue. Well, I never thought I'd be saying this again, but congratulations. You're lucky I was born a Fae. I'm lucky I had both you and Maya on my side. I'm glad you made it. Thank you, Phoenix. You risked a lot to help me, and Maya. I won't forget it as long as I live. As long as you live? My time here is running out. Huh? Maya's powers are still weak. I can't stay here that long. What? No, there's still so much I want to say. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll meet again. Chief! I'm not the chief anymore. Phoenix? Can you come to the office tonight? Say 9 o'clock? Oh, what? So I can get killed too? The office? I'll see you later. Chief. Mia! September 9th, 9:02 p.m. Fae & Co. law offices. Damn, Phoenix is late. He was 2 minutes late. Being here, it's hard not to think about that night. You came. Mia. I was kind of worried you might not. Huh? Of course I came. Well then. I'm pretty hungry. How about a burger? Mia? You should have seen your face. Mia! What are you talking about? It's me, Maya. Maya? What? Did I look like my sister? Look like you were her. I might be able to use that. Oh, Phoenix, go to the store and buy me lunch, would you? Maya, why are you here? Because of this. See? Mia wrote me a letter. Take care of Phoenix for me. Take care of... Huh? She means the office. This office. Someone has to help with the new Wright & Co. law offices, right? And who better than but me, Maya Faye, reporting for duty. Wait, no. On second thought, let's make this casual. Yo, Nick, Maya here, ready to get down to business. You don't mind me calling you Nick, do you? It's a great name. Mia said that's what your friend Larry calls you. Nick. You know what this means? We're partners. No, when I think about it, it is Maya's fault I'm here now. But if it wasn't for her, I'd probably be in jail. Wright & Co. law offices. It's got a good ring to it. Yeah. Thanks, Maya. Good luck, Phoenix. I'll always be here, watching. Short for Nickelodeon. Well, it's these court trials are just about as ridiculous and cartoony, so I guess it's on point. Right. Okay, Nick, let's do it. Huh? Do what? Burgers, dummy! Burgers! There's a great burger joint just down the street. Come on, time's a-wasting. Okay. Wait up. Ah yes, Maya's favorite food, burgers, and definitely not anything else. Well, that is the first 2 episodes. It is already like 12:30, so I think we're going to stop there because this next episode is, I would say, a little longer than the second one. They do get slightly longer each time. The 4th one is like easily the longest in this game. So we will do episode 3 next time. Let's make sure this saves and everything. Yes, save progress. I don't know, we'll do episode 3, maybe even episode 4, depending how long it is. But this is where we will stop for today. I'm going to... Can we pause here? Well, okay. We can't pause here. But here's a preview of what's to come, since we can't pause. Anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll start got a brand new rhythm game to play through. I hope everyone enjoyed tonight, enjoyed Phoenix Wright. I am looking forward to playing through this series. This series is awesome, and I don't know why I didn't stream it earlier, because I really probably should have streamed this like ages ago. But that's okay, because I'm doing it now. At least not in a row. However, I'll space it out with some other things, because there's a lot of games in this series. And they can get long later on. But in the meantime, that'll be it for today. We'll play a new rhythm game tomorrow. I'll probably also be streaming FF14 this week, because there is an event that ends on, like, Monday. So I need to schedule in a stream for that. I'm not sure when exactly that will be, but sometime this week. And then, of course, Minecraft on Friday as usual. And we'll continue this next Tuesday for case number 3, maybe even case number 4. We'll see, because this one is pretty long. But hopefully everyone enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time.